If we could, please come to order and join me in a salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Cam, could we have a sunshine announcement, please?
Yes, Chairman. Good evening, everyone. Today is Tuesday, January 28th in the year 2025, and this is a Jersey City Planning Board meeting with a scheduled 5:30 p.m. start time. And in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act, notice of this meeting has been given to the editor of the Jersey Journal, the Bergen Record, and the Jersey City Reporter, and posted with the city clerk on Friday, January 24th, 2025. This meeting was also posted on the Jersey City Division of City Planning webpage, and all distribution materials made available to the board were published and made available to the public.
Okay, thank you. Could we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Chairman. Commissioner Gongadin?
Here.
Councilwoman Prince Eri? Here. Commissioner Torres? Here. Commissioner Lipsky?
Here.
Commissioner Dr. Desai? And Chairman Langston?
Here.
All right, we have 6 commissioners present. We have a quorum.
All right, thank you. Could we swear in the staff, please, Mike?
I see Cameron, Matt, Maggie, Sophia, Eric. You guys swear any testimony you give tonight's going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we have any correspondence, Cam?
Chairman, no, nothing other than what's under the adjourned section of the agenda. However, there may be some applicants that wish to put on the record requests to carry. So we could do that next if you'd like, or...
Sure. Is there anybody that wants to carry tonight? Good evening, Council.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. For the record, Charles Harrington of Connell Foley. Yeah, I have 3 matters that I'm requesting to carry. Number 16 is 326 Johnston Avenue. Our architect had a conflict that came up, so
Okay.
we're asking that be carried with preservation of notice. I talked to Cameron about this one, and if possible, if there's any room on this special meeting on February 4th. It's a shorter application. I'd ask that be considered.
We can do the 4th, Cam?
Yeah, planning staff believes that can happen.
Okay.
Okay.
So we'll carry case P2023-0055. It's a preliminary and final major site plan with C variances for 326 Johnston Ave. We're going to carry that to a date certain of February 4th with preservation of notice.
Okay, and the other 2 matters I have are at the end of the agenda. Item number 21, case number P2024-0127. That is at 1 Journal Square Plaza. This is a larger application, as is number 22, and we didn't think we would reach it in time. So we are requesting that be carried possibly to February 11th. If there's room on that agenda.
Cam?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Both of them we can fit on there? Try?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to carry case P2024-0127 as a preliminary and final major site plan with variances for 1 Journal Square, also known as 2965 Kennedy Boulevard, to a date certain February 11th with notice, with preservation of notice, I should say, and also case P2024-0210 is a preliminary and final major site plan with C variances at 2966 Kennedy Boulevard and 69 Cottage Street. That will also be carried to February 11th with preservation of notice. Thank you, Council.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else?
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
So Michael Higgins, Castano Quigley Cherami for the applicant for 772 to 788 West Side Avenue, which I think is item 20 on the agenda. We're requesting to carry to the second February meeting, I believe. My understanding is that Councilwoman Prinzari, as a member of the community there, has recused herself from this hearing, so there's no longer a quorum to hear it.
Okay, so that's February 25th, correct?
Yes.
And Cam, we're good with February 25th?
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna,
There's no record of me recusing from this particular hearing. The community asked for this to be carried so they could have another public meeting with your client.
Oh, okay. I apologize, Councilwoman. I certainly didn't mean to
Excuse myself
misstate.
on this meeting, but that is not the reason for this to be carried. To be clear on record, it was carried because it was a request of community organizations for your client to come back to them and present so they can have a full understanding before this comes back before the board.
Appreciate the clarification. My apologies.
and council, you'll have time to get that meeting together before then?
Yes.
It's already scheduled.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so let's carry case P23-024, a preliminary and final major site plan with variances and minor subdivision for 772 to 788 West Side Avenue, carried to a date certain February 25th with preservation of notice.
Thank you.
Thank you, council. Okay, so let's get into old business. Item A under old business, we'll call case P2024-0201 is a withdrawal of a previous approval for 203 Baldwin Avenue. Good evening, council.
Good evening, Chairman, Commissioners. Eugene O'Connell appearing for the applicant. Yes, the applicant is withdrawing this application. He's decided to renovate the existing building.
Okay, any questions, anyone? Comments? Is there anybody here from the public that wants to comment? Anyone from public?
Chair, see no one for public. I would like to close the public portion.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Matt, anything you want to add?
Not much. There's nothing out of the ordinary here. Staff recommends approval.
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case B2024-0201, which is a withdrawal of application.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval.
Commissioner Gangadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Aye.
Commissioner Desai, Commissioner Councilwoman Prinzari,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres, and Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries all in favor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, council. All right, let's call item B as case P2024-0241 is an administrative amendment for 332 Winton Street.
Good evening, everyone. Michael Higgins of Castano Quigley Cerami for the applicant again. First, some housekeeping. I have the original notices over here and affidavit of proof of service.
Chairman, receive affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to the application at 332 Winton Street here in Jersey City. It's block 19005, lot 30. I've had the opportunity to review it. It does appear to be in order. We're going to mark it as A1 for purposes of the record.
Thank you, council.
Thank you. So this is for 332 Whitten Street. This is a site plan amendment. There was a previous approval of this project, which involved a historic component, which is important here. During construction, the applicant ran into some issues, particularly when they were going to do some work on the foundation. It resulted in them losing about 1.5 feet of usable height in this situation, which obviously impacted the elevations and it impacted the aesthetic of the facade. The architect will go into that in a little bit more detail. Beyond that, there was some historic fabric on the building that was also unfortunately lost. This is due to my understanding of water damage and a storm that occurred earlier in the year. But the applicants made a good faith effort to restore what they can, maintain what they can, and match the historic facade to the best of their ability. So without further ado, I'll pass this over to Jeff Lewis as our architect.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
You swear any testimony you give tonight's gonna be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Record, can you state and spell your name?
Jeffrey Lewis, Jeffrey-Lewis.
Mr. Lewis, good evening. Your license is current tonight?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, thank you. You're qualified.
Thank you. Okay, so I want to start just walking through the changes. The first change here was actually required by PSE&G. We previously were proposing to have our gas and electric meters on the side of the building in a little closet here, accessed from the alleyway.
We don't see anything.
You can see it up
Do they
there.
have it up there? There it is. Okay,
We're good?
go ahead, sorry.
Okay, so this area here, which was accessed off the side alleyway, was where we had our gas and electric meters. PSE&G did not find this acceptable. They wanted the meters to be on the front of the building. Because we have mostly windows here, the only place that we did have that was available was underneath the staircase. So we did move the gas and electric meters to underneath the staircase. This also required us to change the stair. It was proposed to be a wood stair, and PSE&G requires non-combustible material. So this had to be a concrete stair with bluestone treads. We also had to change the walkways a little bit. You can see we had the one larger walkway to go to this back area. We did, however, we wanted to keep the landscape area the same, so we did that, and we reduced the width of the existing walkway, or the proposed walkway, and then added a second smaller walkway to provide access to the gas and electric meters. That's the main change on this floor. There's really no major changes to the upper floors except for the windows changed slightly, which we're going to go over when we get to the elevation. That's the same on the third floor. On the fourth floor, besides the windows changing, we did make another slightly minor change to the layout of the powder room, but it's very minor and it's completely inside the building. And then here we get to the elevations, which is where you see the more major changes. The left is what was approved, and the right is what we actually have built. So we talked about the height of the floor. What we were proposing to do originally was dig down about 1.5 feet on the basement level, or not the basement level, the ground floor level, so that we can have a full height space at that lower level. However, we had two mitigating factors there. One was that we have bluestone, which is actually fairly high. And the second is that our base flood elevation is actually just below grade here. So we couldn't lower the, lower the ground floor. So in order to get enough height on that level, rather than lower the ground floor, we raised every floor up a little bit. Each floor went up about 19 to 20 inches. So what this did is it raised all of the window lines up and brings the top window lines close to the transom windows at the top. We did keep the fascia line exactly where it was, and the roof is exactly where it was. Because of the building height changes, the roof is about 1 foot higher. However, the roof is fairly far back from the front elevation. What else do I want to deal with here? Additionally, as was mentioned, the existing, we were proposing to keep the existing window trim and reuse it. The builder found that the trim was unsalvageable and instead did new trim that would match that existing profile as best they could. The windows themselves, we did have trouble getting the brand that we originally specified, so we changed the brand. Not to anything super cheap. I think it went from Pella to Anderson. And those windows are actually just slightly wider, a tiny bit wider than what was previously approved. Looking at the rear elevation, again, the windows all moved up in height. And we also did slightly change the doors and windows at the back here, where instead of having 4 together, there's the double door and then a side panel a little separated on each side. Very small change. Additionally, we made this window up here just slightly larger. This is our left side elevation. There are a few minor changes here. The main one, you can see that we added another leader just to make our stormwater work a little better. We changed the side door from a half glass door to a full glass door. As I mentioned, this height, because of the roof, because of the raised floors, this
is about a foot higher than it was previously, but as you can see, it is slanted back pretty far. It's not really going to affect how the building feels from the street. Lastly, there is a slight difference in where we used the gray fiber siding as opposed to the white siding. You can see this was all white siding, and now it's mostly gray with just a little bit of white, just a minor change.
What was that change for?
I don't know the answer to that one.
Okay. Appreciate your honesty.
And it is the same situation here, just on a very small section. And that's the summary of all the changes that we had to make. And I can answer as many questions as I possibly can.
Okay, so my main question is, was Maggie consulted on anything
So you wanna,
during the process?
Yeah, perhaps that would be better for me to answer. Maggie was consulted. Maggie was consulted at a few points through this process, and we've been, the applicant's been cooperating with her recently to attempt to get the sign off on as many of these changes as possible. Yes, the short answer is she was. There's a few issues here that, frankly, at this point are, not possible to address, particularly the historic fabric, which isn't there anymore. But I think this is, I do think this is a situation where the applicant discovered some issues with height and brought it forward to historic, and then brought an amendment before the board to try and correct this, and is willing to address any concerns as best that they can. Yeah.
Okay. Maggie, do you want to?
We can wait for staff comments if you
That's what I
want
was
to.
gonna say. Do you
Yeah.
want to wait until later? Sure, go ahead.
Out of all the items you showed us out of all the items you're showing us that have been changed or stuff, or that, how many of them are done already before we're talking about it now? Are they all done?
Of the building is constructed it's under construction currently. A number of the changes are done.
All the stuff that you're showing me right now on the screen, and the architect said we changed the window, we changed the door, we changed the roof, we changed the height. All of that has already been completed, not
Yes.
brought back to this board to get approved.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Any questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. Lewis.
thank you.
Okay. I do not have any further witnesses. The applicants themselves are present if the board has questions directly for them. But I have no further witnesses to present. I would just say this is a situation where they are demonstrating willingness to work with the board and with Historic, and do whatever they need to do in order to basically effectuate, some sort of.
Counsel, what's left to be complete?
I don't know that I can answer. I think handrails need to be installed, but I think for the most part, the building's constructed. The windows are installed, and the cornice has been reconstructed to replicate the historic design as best as possible.
And is there current work going on, or is there a stop work order in place?
I do not believe there's a stop work order, but to my knowledge, they have stopped construction pending some sort of decision tonight.
Okay.
Oh, but it sounds like they've completed all the work and
Yeah.
there's nothing left to do.
And then coming here.
Essentially, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we'll reserve the right to call anybody else until after we hear staff comment.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so at this time, let's open it up for public comment. Is anybody here from the public that wants to comment? Please come on up.
I'm going, I'm gonna swear you, okay?
Okay.
You swear any testimony you give tonight is gonna be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And for the record, can you state your spelling name and give us your full address, please?
My name is Sonia D. Coleman. Sonya. D is in David.
D as in
Coleman.
D.
Coleman.
Good evening,
I
Ms.
live
Coleman.
at 334 Whiten Street.
Good evening. We have 3 minutes for you. And I go back and forth. Whiten, Witten?
It's White.
Is it Whiten?
Whiten Street.
Whiten. Okay. All
This
right.
is my mother. This who owns the house.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
We have a problem with the windows on the side. There was never windows on the side. And these windows look dead down into our bedroom. This is a shared alleyway. They took their fence and brought it all the way over and made it be their whole backyard. That's not the way that's supposed to go. They have, it's a lot of stuff. Ma, you can speak, because you know more, because you swear in.
We do have to. Do you have anything else for us?
No, because it's her house. Let her do most of the
Okay.
talking. He gonna swear you in.
Swear any testimony you give tonight's gonna be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
State your name and give us
My name is Elma Coleman. I live 334 Whiten Street, Jersey City.
Good evening, Ms. Coleman. We have 3 minutes for you.
I just asked them, you know, the owners, could I have a gate from the shared alleyway to go into my backyard? They told me that I would have to wait until they sell the house and then ask the other owners. And I said to them, they would look at me like I'm crazy because they would want to know why didn't I solve the problem with the previous owners. You know, I just wanted a gate to enter from the alleyway to go into my own backyard.
Okay. And is that the only access into your backyard?
Yes.
Okay. So, but you have access
Otherwise, I would have
from
to go,
inside?
I would have to go, right, in the house to the backyard.
Okay.
But I needed a little gate so that I could, because they can enter their backyard from the alleyway, but I can't.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Council, do we want to address anything about a
And-
shared alleyway? Go ahead. Keep going.
And I need.
Restart your time.
On the contract, they said that any damages they did to my yard or my house, they would repair. So the gutters on my house, they're bent because their men put boards and things up against it. And like the little bricks this on the side of the fence, they're gone, and the fence is damaged. They didn't fix any of that,
Okay.
okay?
Let's get to the bottom of this then. Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate it. Okay, council, talk to me. Shared alleyway, is there a shared alleyway that you're aware of, that your client's aware of?
To my knowledge, no. To my knowledge, no. If you'd allow me just a minute, I could consult with my client.
Sure, go ahead.
Is there a survey?
So, may I ask a question now, or should I wait until?
Let's wait
Okay.
until he comes back. I want to, no, I don't, but I want to have any damage fixed to that woman's house before we hear this thing again. Can we legally do that?
Yeah. Thank you for allowing me a minute. So this, to my knowledge, there's no shared, no legal arrangement allowing a shared alleyway. It's not on a survey or any sort of easement, but it was apparently a handshake deal with a previous property owner. And the applicant's current concern is that allowing this would affect a potential owner of this property that would move in there and it would be their home. But that's.
Do we have title on the property, council? Do we have a survey?
It's part of a redevelopment agreement, so it's yeah.
What do you mean? It's,
Part of a redevelopment agreement doesn't answer the question that I
you're
had.
not answering the question, counsel. You say it's, the same as on the construction. It's, maybe done. It's is it a yes or no?
But even to that point, a redevelopment plan or redevelopment agreement is going to have a survey because there are surveys with tax maps,
Yes,
correct?
there is a survey.
Is it submitted with the plans? Is this something that the board can see?
I believe it could be on the data portal. It's not.
No.
I didn't see one. So, council, do you have a copy of the survey, or no?
I do not.
Okay.
Okay, here's what we'll do.
1 second, ma'am. Council, as you know, we can't just take shouting from the audience.
Okay, council, we're going to talk about the second thing before we talk about the first thing. Are you aware of any damage to the neighboring property?
I'm not.
Is your,
Let me ask the question, Chairman,
Go
if I
ahead.
may. Is it possible that there may be damage to the neighboring property? Possible.
I would say it's possible.
Possible. So without admitting any liability, counsel, I think it best that perhaps you and your client discuss with the neighbor who seems to be alleging that there was damage, whether or not there is, and if it's something that can be resolved.
Yeah,
I think we need a survey. Your client owns the property, counsel?
yes.
And I suspect they did a title search before they closed title to the property.
I would assume so.
So I think we need to get to the bottom of the issue being raised as to whether or not there is some kind of shared access. And I think that that's something else. Once you get your hands around, you can then discuss intelligently with the neighbor. It's possible that it isn't, but we can't obviously see any of that.
Right. I think that's certainly an appropriate conversation that we should have. So, I agree.
Thank you, counsel.
Sure.
Okay. Want to go? I don't know if you guys are still in the public portion, though.
So I do have to close public. Is there anybody else here from public that wants to comment on this? I'm sorry, my mic was off. Is there anybody else here from public that wants to comment on this application?
Sure, so no one for public, I would like to close the public portion.
Second.
Okay, the motion is made and seconded. Public is closed.
So just before Maggie gives any comments, Chairman, for purposes of the record is going to remain open, obviously, based on the fact that we're seeking additional information and will not be moving the item this evening. But with that, obviously, we are very curious to hear what Maggie has to say.
Sure. All right, so just by way of history of the application, because this was a bit ago, I will just kind of very quickly walk the board through where we started, how we got here. This property was applied for a demolition in 2021. Staff reviewed it, certified that it did have historic integrity, and recommended denial of the demo. The applicant then chose to restore the building while adding a significant addition onto the rear. Staff reviewed the plans that were submitted at the time to this board. We issued a memo in 2023 with some conditions that we recommended that the board adopt as part of their resolution. I will note for the record, we did have more extensive conditions on this project than we typically do. We had conditions that read such as for the windows, lintels, and sills, they need to be, the notes on the plans that they submitted at the time needed to change so that they could reflect that they were to remain and be restored. We also provided notes that if these items did need to be replaced, that they needed to match the historic element in terms of dimensions, profile, plane, details, materials, finish. In addition to a variety of notes like that, all pertaining to the front facade, there was also a condition that the applicant accepted that the HPC staff was to review and approve all shop drawings for the plans, including lintels, sills, front door, prior to purchase, manufacture, installation. And then there was also the standard condition that if any of the preservation components were to change, they were to contact staff. Mr. Higgins is correct that the applicant and I have, or the applicant's professionals and I have absolutely been discussing this application, but we haven't discussed any of the components that were changed because those were not brought to my attention. We discussed things like the condition of the brick at the base of the building. We discussed things like the stoop. We discussed things like the shop drawing for the front door. It was in reviewing all of these other changes that Cam and I discovered the extent of changes to the front facade. The window fenestration, and so the pattern of the windows on the building, the location of the windows on the building has completely changed. The sizes have completely changed. All of the historic fabric that was on the front facade that was to remain on the front facade and be restored has been removed and replaced with something else. Prior to its removal, it was not documented in a way that could support reconstruction of those elements. Window trim, the door trim, the cornice brackets, all of those, all of the items that were not documented in a way that would support reconstruction. If HPC staff had been contacted about these, right? Obviously, we've all been through enough historic stuff that things need to be replaced. We understand that. We are experts in guiding applicants on how to document these things so that they can get them restored. We were not consulted, so we could not provide that guidance. So the elements that were put back on the building do not match what was there historically, and we don't have a way to match what was there historically.
Because we don't know what it looks like?
We have pictures, but they're not scaled pictures, right? There's no scale in the photo. We can't get the exact dimensions or anything like that. That being said, the applicant is, so the plans that were presented to the board tonight are proposed changes. Something that's on the building now is a little bit different. The proposed changes that they are presenting tonight is closer to what was there historically than what is currently installed now. It's not exact, but it is closer, right? The applicant attempted to make it look closer. There is no way to put it back, especially because the window fenestration and window sizes and the door size, all of that has changed. It is up to, from the historic perspective, it is up to the board to determine the extent of these changes and if you can approve them. However, I do want to note for the record, as part of HPC's original recommendation of this project, we did certify that it did meet positive criteria in terms of historic preservation. We can no longer certify that it meets positive criteria in terms of historic preservation.
Chairman, if I may, I just have a couple of follow-up questions. I'm looking at your staff memo, and there is a site photo, January 2nd, 2025.
Cam staff memo.
Cam staff memo, sorry. That is a photograph taken January 2nd, 2025?
Yes, sir.
And that is what the structure looks like if we were to go out there today, you believe?
I can't say that for certain, but January 2nd, that was the site.
And the renderings that were proposed tonight are different than what that photograph depicts?
Yes.
To one of you.
Yes.
Okay. So the renderings that they're seeking approval of is different than what they've already constructed. And, okay. I mean, Chairman, I'm just looking at the photograph and the approved design, and I'd say not even close.
No, I agree. I mean, Maggie, help us out here. How do we get to a place where this is acceptable? Because obviously, there were conditions of approval that aren't met.
So Chairman, I guess, let me just say this before Maggie responds. I think that the board has significant concerns of what's being presented and asked versus what was approved, what was constructed, and where we are today. There are issues, obviously, that council has to dig into, that he said he was going to look into. So in light of that, I think it best that maybe now is the time to interface with planning staff as to where we went so awry in terms of what was approved, what was done, and ultimately what is at the site as we sit here.
Yes, Council, we're certainly willing to continue to cooperate with planning staff and with Historic as well. Just to clear the record, I don't know what the proposed differences from the January 2nd photo to our proposed plan are. I'm unclear on that.
Mr. Lewis, is that something that you could answer? You prepared the latest rendering. Were you the original architect of record on the project?
I don't believe I presented this in 2021.
I don't believe you did.
The only thing that I would say is different on our drawings is we're showing the proposed railing, which isn't shown, and maybe some of the proposed walkways and things like that aren't finished yet.
You believe the details, the lintels, the windowsills,
The lintels are there, the windowsills are all there, all the windows are in, all the siding is on the building.
but you believe that everything that you're drawing
Our
reflects.
drawings reflect what's built in the field. The exception is, again, we added the railing and we added a few of the details that we needed to get approved.
Okay.
But with that said, we are happy to continue to cooperate and find some sort of resolution. I think we have been trying to do that, and we sort of reached the point where we were unsure what else could be done. But if there's any suggestions from Historic or Planning, we're happy to do that. And if the board thinks it's appropriate to come back and have another conversation, and certainly a conversation with the neighbor, we can do that as well.
So if I could jump in, Michael is correct, right? Cam and I have been interfacing with the applicant for 2 or 3 months at this point, getting the plans to, like I said, like the applicant has put forth an effort to present something to you, the board, that is as close as they can get to what was there historically.
Because it was already constructed?
Yeah.
Yes.
But if they were to take something down and reconstruct it, it could get closer to historic.
Based on the applicant's
Aesthetically.
testimony. No. They took off the historic material that they were supposed to keep. We cannot replace that. We do not have the mechanism to replace it.
And they took that out without consulting with your developer.
Correct. This is from historic staff, from my perspective, right, as the preservationist, not the planner, there were conditions of approval that the applicant didn't follow. We have, that have resulted in changes to the building. From the preservation perspective, not the planning perspective, not anything else, from the preservation perspective, we certified that the project met one aspect of positive criteria, which was part of your approval. We cannot certify that it meets that aspect anymore, right? So in my professional view, it's up to the board really that if it meets the rest of it and you think that they're making a good faith effort. But from a preservation perspective, there is no historic preservation left on this building.
So I understand the element is no longer historic once you've destroyed the element,
Correct.
right?
The building's not individually landmarked.
Okay.
So the elements were the historic part of the building.
Right. But it could be constructed to recreate historic.
Which is what the applicant is proposing to do.
Quick question. Counsel, you said that when they removed the stuff that was historic, some of it, you said some of it was still saved. What was saved? The siding or any, what was, you made that statement.
Yeah, I may have misspoke. To my knowledge, the cornice is replaced, the sills are replaced, and the door has been replaced. I don't know what on the front facade was.
But it was
remains
clear that
original.
there was stuff saved. There was stuff that you noticed that you already removed it, but that you shouldn't have removed it, and you saved stuff. What was saved?
I
Nothing?
don't think that's what I said. I apologize, Commissioner.
Okay.
If I did, then I misspoke.
Okay, then I'm gonna have one more question, okay, before. The tenants, the people that own the house next door that came up to speak said that they had a conversation with the owners. Now, the owners are here. Can you ask the owners, did they say that they were gonna put a fence back up or wait for somebody else to put it up later? Was that conversation ever taken?
So I think the testimony from the neighbor was that she asked and was told that, they weren't willing to do it at this point. I think that's a conversation for the parties to have outside of this board's
Okay,
presence. It's,
thank you.
Yeah, I was not part of any such conversations.
Then, okay. The part I'm trying to get at is all right, maybe I don't know if I could, Counsel, if I'm out of line, let me know.
so I would say this, Commissioner, with respect to any issue of, is there an easement, is there access to the backyard, can it be done? The simple answer is this. If it's the applicant's property, they can always grant an easement to somebody else to access it. Whether they want to or not is a different story, but they could do that. Does it hurt the potential use of their property and sale of their property and future of their property? Again, that's none of this board's concern and/or business. I just invite them to look into the issue and further the issue, since it was raised by a neighbor that believes they have a right to use it. We've had easements before this board, and it's turned out somebody thinks they have something they don't actually have. We've had situations where there is an easement that's got to be respected. So that's just for everybody's edification from a legal standpoint. My concern is the destruction of historic elements that, once destroyed, you've lost that historic element, and that's one of the issues. And then there are other issues that are obviously going to require further investigation on council's part.
And Cam, another thing that was raised by the neighbor, the windows on the side, were they there originally, in the original application?
I'm actually opening on the data portal the 2022 case. I'm going to look at that right now.
Okay.
But I'll have to double check that.
No, I believe that they were. We didn't change any of the windows on the side of the building.
Okay.
So Jeff, on that side of the building, from the photo of the building that had the condemnation, I guess before you started doing anything, it looks as if it abutted the property next to it, 332 to 334, and was
Yeah,
built
there's
on.
on the second and third floor, there's an existing overhang
Right.
that's over that alley.
Right, and the walkway was on that side.
Yes.
And then right, so there was an overhang there. And that, I mean, it's difficult to see in the picture that was submitted in the portal. So, I mean, I don't know how windows, look into from 3032, 32, if it was abutting. And, I mean, does the overhang come down, or is it the same height?
The overhang actually only goes back about halfway, and then
Right.
it stops. And then the building is set in the whole alley width, which is about 4 feet. And that's where the windows are.
Okay. What about the
About
height?
4 feet off the property line.
Right. And the width of the alley, was that kept intact, or was it
Yes,
same height and width?
yes, we kept with that same line.
Thank you.
I do have the original survey. It was on the old plans from 2022. I could bring it up if you want.
The
but
windows.
Otherwise, we could wait.
No, verbal's fine. The windows are in the,
It's
Okay.
the survey, not
Same
the
location.
plans.
Oh, you're
Not-
right.
Yeah, the survey. I have the survey.
Does the survey show demarcation of the properties?
Yes, and the overhang is within the applicant's property.
okay. Can we check on those windows?
Yeah, they're the same. Exactly the same.
Okay, same location, Cam?
Yeah.
Everything? And who's the architect of record on that?
It's still Hampton Hill. That would be Min.
Yeah, it was still the same architect of record. I don't think I testified at that hearing.
Okay. Ms. Coleman? Please, come on. Come on up. Let's get you on the mic so you're on the YouTubes tomorrow. Everybody can see this.
The original house, there, well, I have this, but there weren't any windows on the side of that house at all.
So you're talking about the original house that stood there
Yes.
before? Okay.
No, they didn't have
What
any
we have to
windows.
go by is what the approved plans were.
Right,
So
but
if
if
those-
they're looking into the bedroom, see, that's where I have a problem at.
Yeah.
Because nobody should be,
The windows are higher than our windows. And so when a person moves in there, take a look right down into the bedroom.
Sure,
to the
understood.
bathroom.
No, understood.
So that's the
right,
problem with-
that's the
with that.
problem.
It doesn't
Which window is this?
Talking about on the third
Mm-hmm.
floor. They could, they could get moved to the left and the right. And then it would be this window here.
Would that solve the problem?
Again, it's something we can look at. Look at them moving windows.
Everything's fair game. We can do whatever we want.
There's no building code that says.
Waste of time.
No, I know. So what? The survey on the alleyway. I don't want to say satisfied.
I'm not, yeah, like to say that I'm satisfied is I would agree. That's not,
yeah, I don't
that's
wanna
not the
say that.
intention of my testimony this evening. The intention of my testimony is to say that the conditions were not followed and I'm assuming one of the elements of the positive criteria that the application had to meet no longer meets that. And the board should render their decision based off of that information and any other testimony
Sure.
this evening.
Obviously. Okay, so I'll just, open it up for everybody. So we want the survey to solve the alleyway problem. I would like the damage on Ms. Coleman's property checked. If there could be some kind of agreement before this comes back to us. I'd like to hear some good news on the next hearing. Anything else we want?
I think, counsel, you're going to have to bring Mr. Bellamy back. I think you're going to have to provide testimony in relation to the relief that you're now requesting.
Could I get a clarification on the flood zone of the property? What was the cause again that you had to raise it up 18, 19 inches before?
Sure. We were actually with the original proposal. Right now, the original building had a first floor height that was about 7 feet. It wasn't high enough to use. So we were proposing to dig down. But we didn't realize that the flood elevation has moved up in the past, 5 years. And the base flood elevation is right below grade.
So when you proposed to dig down, after that, a new flood elevation came in, or the new flood elevation was after Sandy?
Very close in time, but it takes a long time for them to.
Then I want a clarification on that, too.
It might have.
Was
it
that
might have been
already
something
done?
we missed.
I'd like to be clear. When was the new flood zone established, and when they thought? Because if they knew that that was the flood zone, why are we talking about this 19-inch thing going up or down? They knew what the flood zone was. So for the next meeting, I would like a clarification on that.
Okay. It is two things. It is the flood zone and the level of the bedrock, which is the reason they didn't go down lower originally, I guess.
I understand.
But
But Commissioner, make no mistake, they just decided to keep going,
that was
right?
Right.
what I was just going to say.
Well, that begs my question, counsel. I mean, so for on the record, so when a application comes before us that is substantially completed and yet doesn't comport with what the expectation is, what are possible outcomes?
Possible outcomes are you don't get the relief you're requesting and the structure has to come down.
Okay.
So there's the way we've always looked at these things, believe me, this isn't obviously the first one of these that we've seen. The historic element adds a different twist to it. But it's an administrative amendment. So what we've always tried to do as a board, your personal feelings are, well, I don't want to see them rip this down and start over. Well, that can't enter into it. Our job here is to review the changes and whether we think those changes are warranted or not. Because we have plenty of applicants that come in with administrative amendment for changes before it's built. So we don't treat them any differently than someone that's already built. So, it's a double-sided thing. We also don't use this as a punitive action because they built it already. It's not this board's job to punish an applicant. But, since they built it, well, they're rolling the dice on whether we're going to allow it or not. So we can't look at whether this has been built or not. But again, the twist with the historic element, well, that's destroyed now. So that has to enter into our thought process too. So, counsel, I think you are aware of what we're looking for here.
I disagree with that.
Okay. So we're going to move to carry, I think is the general consensus here. Counsel, when do you think you can have this?
The first hearing date would be the 11th.
Okay, let's go to the next one.
Yeah.
So I will not be here on the 11th. Cam, how's the 25th look?
We could do the 25th.
We can do the 25th.
Okay, we can have everything wrapped up for the 25th. Okay, so I'm going to entertain a motion to move case P2024-0241 to carry it with testimony taken to a date certain of February 25th. Can I have a motion?
Chair would like to make a motion to carry case B2024-0241 with testimony taken to a date certain February 25th.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Could we have a roll call for the carry, Cam?
Commissioner Gongadin,
Aye.
Councilwoman Prince Ari, Commissioner Torres,
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Sai,
Aye.
and Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries all in favor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lewis. All right, let's call item C, case P2024-0214 is a one-year extension for 743 Grand Street.
Yes,
evening
good
again,
evening,
Counsel.
everyone. This one's also me, Michael Higgins, on behalf of the applicant here. This is a
Mr.
project.
Higgins, just one second. Ma'am, you may want to wait to exchange contact information with Mr. Higgins. Thank you.
Good catch.
Yes, so this was originally, approval was originally obtained on July 12th, 2022. That was memorialized October 11th, 2022, and expired October 11th, 2024. The applicant's looking to obtain a one-year extension, which would bring the approvals until October 11th, 2025. The reason for that is really to effectuate a transfer to a new property owner who would have the intent and ability to complete the development. So
Okay.
with that, I think that concludes everything I have to say about this
Okay.
application.
Any questions, anyone?
No.
Is there anybody here from the public that wants to comment on this application? Anyone from public?
Chair,
Seeing no
see no
one-
one from public. I wish to close the
Second.
public portion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion in 2 seconds. Eric, do you have anything you want to add?
Nothing much. Staff just requests that the applicant agree to the conditions of the original approval.
Council?
Yes.
Okay,
Staff recommends approval.
all right, thank you.
Chair would like to make a motion to approve case P2024-0214 as presented.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded for approval.
Commissioner Torres?
Oh, aye.
Commissioner Lipsky?
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai?
Aye.
Commissioner Gongadon?
Aye.
Councilwoman Prince Array?
Aye.
And Chairman Langston?
Aye.
Motion carries all in favor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Council. All right, let's move on to new business. Number 9, the review and discussion of as certified artists, Jin Ki Choi and Lee Cunningham. Formal action may be taken.
Chairman, yes, I will be briefly covering the criteria that these artists have met, and both of them have met criteria 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 for being certified artists. And planning staff recommends the board approve them as certified artists so that they are eligible for the artist housing.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, anyone?
No.
All right, is there anybody here from the public that wants to comment? Anyone from public?
Chair, see no one from public. I wish to close the public portion.
Second.
All right, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. We have Cam's recommendation, so I'll entertain a motion at this point.
Chair would like to make a motion to, with the recommendation of staff, to approve the certified artists, Jim Key, Chow, and Leah Cunningham.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded for approval.
Commissioner Gongadon?
Aye.
Councilwoman Prince Airy? Commissioner Torres? Commissioner Lipsky?
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai?
Aye.
And Chairman Langston?
Aye.
Motion carries all in favor.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Let's call item 10. It's case P2024-0230. Is a digital plan amendment put forth by the planning department.
This is a long time in the making, and yeah, you know, paper is king, but digital is easier. And yeah, we are happy to announce that we are digitizing our signature plan process, and that's really the extent of the whole process here.
But for the record, I'll still have to sign subdivisions for the county.
That is correct, yeah.
So, yeah, I'll still
Yeah.
get to see you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Mylars. We still don't know what they do with them.
Okay, anybody, any questions? All right, is there anybody here from the public that wants to comment? Anyone from public?
Chair, see no one from the public. I wish to close the public portion.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. I'll give the recommendation.
Okay,
that
super.
This takes a lot of work off of my plate, so, yeah, I recommend adoption.
Chair would like to make a motion to adopt the amendment to the City of Jersey City Land Development Ordinance to allow the acceptance of digital plans.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded for approval.
All right. On the recommendation to approve the digitization of the city planning signature process, Commissioner Gangadin,
Aye.
Councilwoman Prinzary, Commissioner Torres,
On the protest, I vote aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
and Chairman Langston.
Yes, please.
Motion carries, all in favor.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to item 11 is case P2024-0237. This is the review and discussion of corrections to the Chapter 345 zoning review fees. Formal action may be taken.
So I'm covering this one for Tanya. We are recommending that you vote on this to be considered before City Council. There was a typo on the fees, and we are simply correcting some typos, and that's all.
Okay, any questions, anyone?
No.
Okay. Is there anybody here from public that wants to comment? Anyone from public?
Seeing no one from the public wishing to speak, I move to close the public portion.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Cam, we have your recommendation? I'll
Yes.
entertain a motion then.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case B2024-0237, review and discussion of corrections to the Chapter 345 zoning review board fees.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded for approval.
Commissioner Gangadin,
Aye.
Councilwoman Prinzary, Commissioner Torres,
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
and Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries, all in favor.
Okay, thank you. Let's call item 12 is case P2024-0119. It's a preliminary and final major site plan amendment and conditional use for 285 Newark Avenue.
Okay, yes, for the record, Charles Harrington of Connell Foley, on behalf of the applicant. I do have the notices here that I'd like to give to council.
Thank you, counsel. Chairman, receive the affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to the application 285 Newark Avenue, Block 11004, Lot 6. It does appear to be in order. We're going to mark it as A1 for purposes of the record.
Okay, thank you, council.
Okay, thank you. So the application before you tonight is for an amendment to a prior approval. It is largely a result of a new owner for the property and the new zoning. The original approval was under the NC Neighborhood Commercial. The newer zoning, which exists now, is the NC1, which changed the NC zoning somewhat. The most important thing for the purpose of this application is the initial NC zoning did not permit residential on the ground floor. The NC1 does permit residential on the ground floor as a conditional use where you cannot exceed 40% of the ground floor. So that's what we're doing here. The initial approval, as you'll see during the presentation, had a large commercial footprint. This is at the corner of 3rd and Newark Avenue. I believe it's 3rd Street. And if you're familiar, it's kind of really at the corner there. So it's a corner, but it's in between two properties. And the commercial is still going to front along the street, but we think it's appropriate to have the residential unit in the back there. So ultimately, we are increasing the number of units from 20 to 21, and then there are some other general aesthetic changes that were made to the project, again, as a result of new ownership. So with that, I have Mr. Lewis here as well tonight to take you through here.
Mr. Lewis, you have been sworn in and qualified tonight. If you could just state for the record that you understand that you're still under oath.
Yes, sir, I am still under oath.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Great. Okay, so 285 Newark Ave was originally approved with no variances. We still do not have any variances. Looking at these drawings, we have the approved, previously approved on the left and what we're proposing on the right. So looking at the ground floor, what was previously approved was some residential common area on each side of the building, but then the main space of the ground floor, over 5,000 square foot, was a retail space. That retail space also had access to the rear decks in the back. So we are changing that. We are reducing the size of the retail space. It's now a total of 2,301 square feet. It's a double height space with a mezzanine. 1,532 square feet of it is on the ground floor. And then there's a 769 square foot mezzanine space for the retail space. In the residential common areas, we kept most of the existing amenities. The only difference is we increased the bike storage from 12 to 20. And then lastly, as was mentioned, we did add an apartment in the rear of the building. This is a 3-bedroom, 3.5-bath apartment that is 1,821 square feet. Most of that apartment is here on the ground floor. However, there is a mezzanine that I'll show on the next page. This apartment also now has access to the private deck in the back, which we did reduce the size of to add a small planting area with a new tree. Lastly, also in the front, I should mention we did add a little pocket garden right next to our front entry that you'll see a little bit better in our renderings. This is the mezzanine level. Previously, this was all for mechanical space and the retail area. Now we have a section in the front that's for the retail area. This X'd out area is an open space down to below, so it's a double height space in the retail space. We have mechanical space on each side of the retail area. And then in the back, we have the second level of the ground floor apartment, which has a catwalk connecting 2 ensuite bedrooms, as well as a laundry room. Looking to the upper floors, we did not change the unit count here. There was previously 5 units per floor. There are still 5 units per floor. 2 of them are 1-bedrooms, 3 of them are 2-bedrooms. The only difference now is that the 2 1-bedroom apartments have 2 bathrooms instead of having 1. Looking at the front of the building, we had cantilevers that were kind of moving around. There was some on the left here and on the right here. We took the same square footage of cantilever and just moved it all the way over to the right side, so it's 1 cantilever as opposed to having multiple cantilevers. And then lastly, and I'm going to show you, when we go to the elevations, you'll see better how that changes things. And then lastly, we did have 2 balconies on the rear that we have removed. So there'll be no balconies on the rear apartments. Looking to the roof deck, we did have a roof deck previously. We are still going to propose a roof deck. Both stairs and the elevator serve this roof deck. Ours now, what we're proposing, is slightly larger than was previously approved. It's a total of 2,877 square feet of patio area. However, there are also several planters and raised planters and planting areas mixed into that patio area. And then in the front of the building, we have 700 square feet of green roof trays. Okay, so here we're looking again at the top is what was previously approved. At the bottom is what we're proposing. What I want to show here is just kind of to talk about the cantilevers. You can see how this is cantilevered. It's every other floor is kind of cantilevering out at the ends. And what we were doing actually is we were using the roof of those cantilevers as a balcony for the apartment above. So we had balconies at the front of the building overlooking the street. I know that's not popular here. That is something that will be removed as part of this new plan. And then also, I think you could see that with this large glazing area in the center of the building, that retail space is really being emphasized in the new design. And we're going to come back to the elevations in the front, but I just want to walk through the side ones. This is pretty simple. We're on the property line where we're above the building next to us. We're going to use fiber cement panels that are going to be light beige in color to match the panels that we're using in the front of the building. And it's the same here on the other side and on the rear, where we're using those same light beige fiber cement panels. And of course, the main difference from the rear elevation is we removed all those balconies as well. Okay, so now here we're looking at all the renderings of our new building, so I can go over some of our finishes. So we have basically a 2-story base that's mostly the retail space, and then 4 stories of residential above that. Each end of the base, where the residential entries are being finished with a vertical aluminum batten system. So these are vertical aluminum slats that are going to be painted somewhere in the brown color palette. Anything where we have doors or whatever and it's a different finish is going to be metal panels that will be that same brown color to match the aluminum slats. But as you can see, most of the ground floor space is glazing. We have black aluminum frames for all of the storefront windows, the entry doors, as well as the windows above in the residential area. Looking at those residential windows, we do have black aluminum panels as an accent in between those windows, and we also have accents surrounding the windows that are wrapped in black aluminum panels as well. Excuse me, black aluminum, panels. What else do we have? So upstairs, the top 4 floors, the main finish is metal panels that are going to be light beige in color. And we have 2 different finish types here. In between the windows here and a couple other places, you can see we have those perforated panels. Those are partly for decoration, but also partly so we can hide any exhaust vents behind them, so you won't see any of them. And then the other panels that are located in between floors are basically just flat metal panels that, again, will be that same light beige in color. And then I think you can see down here at the bottom, I did mention that little pocket garden, and this is kind of what it looks like here. And that's the summary of our changes. I'm happy to answer any questions about them that you might have. Or do you have any?
No.
Mr. Lewis, is that the signage that's being proposed?
No,
Or
that's
is
not the
there no
exact
signage?
signage. It's just the basic size and type of signage.
Okay.
So there is no David Yeoman store proposed.
Not that I know of.
Boutique.
Anyway, yeah, I have no other questions. Anybody?
No.
That completes our
Okay.
presentation.
All right, thank you. So if there's nothing else, let's open it up for public comment. Is anybody here from the public that wants to comment on this application?
Seeing no one from the public wishing to speak, I move to close.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Cam, is this yours?
Juru couldn't be here tonight,
Okay.
but I will just note that Juru prepared a staff report on October 15th of 2024. In it, she has comments and recommendations, and ultimately, planning staff sees that the project still meets the objectives and goals of the redevelopment plan, and the condition of the additional unit is permitted, and planning staff recommends approval.
And the conditions in that memo would be acceptable as conditions of approval.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, council. So I'll entertain a motion.
Chair would like to make a motion to approve case B 2024-0119 as presented to the board.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded for approval.
Commissioner Gongadin,
Aye.
Councilwoman Prince Ari,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres.
Just a quick comment to the developer, it's true, I'm not a big fan of balconies in front of the buildings, and, but I don't mind the balconies in front of the buildings, it's just as that we use some type of safety precautions, so, if they could look into it as they develop it, it'd be very appreciated, that they use some type of a safety precaution that something doesn't slide out. But with that, I will vote aye for the project.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
and Chairman Langston.
So aesthetically, I do think it's a better project now. I liked the cantilevers before, but I think definitely aesthetically it's a better project. I hate to lose those balconies or that back deck from the retail space. I think that, that has the potential to be enjoyed by more people than just the unit owner. Anyway, it's allowed, and overall, I do think it's a better project than it was before. So my vote is aye.
Motion carries. All in favor?
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
You want to take a break? Again, please, everybody. And let's call item 13 is case P2023-0112 is a minor site plan for 259 Baldwin Avenue. Good evening, council.
Good evening, Chairman. Eugene O'Connell for the applicant. This is a notice case, and I have the notices.
Chairman, I received the affidavit of notice proof of publication with respect to 259 Baldwin Avenue here in the city. It's block 9606, lot 5. Had the opportunity to review it. Does appear to be in order. I'm going to mark it as A1 for purposes of the record.
Thank you, counsel. So this is a property on Baldwin Avenue between on Baldwin Avenue between,
High Street?
oh, it's Magnolia and Pavonia, that's right. I was going to say Baldwin, but that would be wrong. I have two witnesses tonight, my architect, Jack Ingles, and my planner is Carolyn Worstel. And I asked Jack to take the board through the plans.
You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, spell your name.
Yes, John C. Ingles, I-N-G-L-E-S-E.
Thank you. Mr. Ingles, good evening.
Good evening.
Mr. Ingles, good evening. It's been a while. Your license is still current.
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. You're qualified. Always a pleasure, though. Stop back anytime.
Okay.
All right, Jack, so just take us through the plans and for the board and the audience.
Certainly. So the property we're talking about here is an existing 27.08 feet by 88.25 foot lot, an interior lot on the west side of Baldwin between Magnolia and Pavonia. On it sits right now a two-story, two-family house. Next to it, to the north, is a parking lot, which is next to two tenement-style 1800s apartment buildings that come off the corner of Pavonia. Next to us, to the south, is a two-story residential building, which I believe was at one point a convent. And what's being proposed here is to demolish the existing home and to build a four-story multifamily dwelling on the lot. The property is in the General Square 2060 redevelopment plan in the Zone 4A community multifamily low-rise. And what we're proposing, so what you see right now is just some pictures of, on the left, sort of an aerial of that whole side of Baldwin. On the right upper hand corner, you can see a picture of the two-family home that's there now and the adjacent former convent. And the lower picture shows all of the buildings that now exist on Baldwin on that side. The existing building to our left is our closest adjacent neighbor. It has a front setback of 11.33 feet, and this scheme for this property maintains that as the front setback because that's the closest prevailing setback. What we're proposing here, and I'm going to just zoom in on the site plan for a second, if I can get it to stay on the same sheet. And I'm having trouble doing that. Okay. It's a fairly small lot. The new building is proposed, again, to have that front setback, have a 0 side yard setback where it abuts the parking lot. It has a 3.41 setback between our building and and the neighbor building, which also has an alley, so that windows can exist in both on both buildings, and an 8-foot rear yard. That is the one variance we're requesting. This is an undersized lot in length, and that rear setback is less than what's required, but its relationship with the adjacent property is slightly different too. As opposed to an interior lot on the long side of the block where we would be backing up to someone else's rear yard, most of the buildings on this block have as their neighbor to the rear the side of the very large building that was St. Joseph's originally, that's on Pavonia. So that building has side yard setbacks, so so it's not as much of an encroachment on that building as it would be if it were blocking light and air to a rear yard. Let me go to the building plans here. Please click further. Okay. Let's go back a sheet. So what's proposed here is a 4-story building that really has 3 levels of units and a 4th floor that is the upper level of duplex units. So there are 5 studios proposed, and in this drawing, they're the sort of bluish-gray areas on the plan. There's a studio in the 1st floor as you come in on the right. There's a 1-bedroom at the back on the 1st floor, and those are 406 square feet, the studio, and 591 square feet for that 1-bedroom. You go up the stair to the 2nd floor, and there's a front and back 1-bedroom unit. Each of those are 633 square feet. And then when you get to the 3rd floor, you're on the 1st level of 4 small duplex studios that are, 2 of them are 443 square feet, 2 are 458 square feet. They have sort of they each have a stair and a sleeping loft at that 4th floor level. And then those units also have a stair up to an individual private terrace for those units. And the terraces are set into the center of the building because the building, as you'll see in the elevations, has sort of a front and rear pitched metal roof. Again, to sort of de-emphasize the overall height of the building. This is showing the front elevation on the right and the side elevation, the south side elevation on the left. The exterior of the building is a mix of gray brick on the front and rear, gray metal panels in both a dark and a light gray in these window vertical sections with black window framing and sort of a brick red accent panel in the storefront framing of the windows on the front and the rear. And then the sides are a mix of fiber cement siding in 2 colors in a pattern that sort of picks up on the window spacing in the front and gives a little bit of a pattern and composition on the sides.
Mr. Ingles, if we could,
Yeah.
let me just jump in. We do need to mark this presentation. The plans that we have aren't colorized.
You have a non-colored version of
Yes.
this. Oh, this was my digitally signed and sealed.
They look nice.
PDF. So I thought this is what you had in your package. I'm
No,
sorry.
so if we could, let's mark that A2 and please get a
Fine.
copy over to planning tomorrow.
So we just approved the digital versions tonight, so
We're getting there.
We moved right into it.
It has to go through city council still.
And lastly, the rear is almost a mirror of the front. This is not a colored version of that, but that's the same elevation. And then on the north side, where we're on the 0 lot line, it's again a pattern of gray and light gray and dark gray fiber cement panels, but there are no windows. So with that, I would see if there are any questions, comments.
I have none. Anybody else? Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Okay, then my next witness will be Carolyn Westella, just to defend the rear yard setback.
Sure.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Carolyn Worstel, Worstell.
Ms. Worstel, good evening. Your license is current tonight?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. You're qualified.
Good evening, everyone. So Jack just sort of went through the plans themselves, and as he mentioned, we're here for a single variance for this application, and that is for the rear yard setback. This is an undersized lot. It's only 88 feet deep, so it's 12 feet shorter than your typical lot in the redevelopment plan. And we're also working with a situation where we do have a fairly significant front yard setback, which we are meeting, which is that 11-foot front yard setback. And that's going to be providing, extensive landscaping at the front of the building. That is where a lot of the open space for this property is really going to be located, is in that front yard area. The request here is for a rear yard setback of 8 feet, where a minimum of 30 feet is required. So again, the standard creates this situation where we need 30 feet. Overall combined, we are still providing about 19 feet, or a little under 20 feet of setbacks between both our front and our rear. So we are still providing very significant open space. We're not seeking a coverage variance. We are providing approximately, let's see, where do I have it? We are providing about 90% coverage, which is actually a reduction from what is there currently. Currently, we do have about 97% coverage on this site because there is parking in the rear with a rear yard garage. So we are going to be removing that garage. We are going to actually be pulling the garage, which is actually, I think, extends a little bit over the lot line away from the adjacent property. So I think overall, this project really improves the situation of this lot compared to its existing condition. We are going to be reducing the coverage. We are pulling what is an existing non-conforming garage away from the adjacent property. We're providing more setback from the adjacent property than there is currently today. We're providing, I think, a really nice front yard landscaping here on this property. So I think overall, the benefits here outweigh the detriments, including that elimination of the non-conforming garage, that we are providing increased front yard landscaping. We're not, the 8-foot setback is consistent and even greater than what you would typically see for a side yard setback. As Jack explained, this situation is in which we are, our rear yard is adjacent to the side yard of the adjacent building. So we are going to be providing more setback than you would typically find for a side yard setback. So I think overall, the benefits here outweigh the detriments. And I don't believe that this project will advance those purposes of the municipal land use law. We're providing an appropriate use and development of this property consistent with Purpose A through the a provision of an appropriate multifamily development on the subject property. It's consistent with Purpose E, establishment of an appropriate population densities. And it's consistent with Purpose I, promoting a desirable visual environment. I think both in the front and the back. As I said, we're going to be seeing extensive new landscaping in the front, and at the rear, I do believe you'll still have a better improvement over what is there today, which is a garage. So there will be now some rear yard and some setback where there wasn't some today. So I think overall, I think it's an improvement both at the front and the rear for this subject property. I don't believe that this granting the deviation will result in a substantial detriment to the general welfare. It is permitted use consistent with the surrounding residential neighborhood. There is going to be the adequate separation between the proposed building and the adjacent buildings, allowing for light air and open space. It's eliminating those non-conforming conditions and reducing the coverage on the property, as well as providing for that new landscaping at both the front and the rear. and the sidewalks, curbs, and a street tree also proposed at the front. I don't believe that the deviations will result in a substantial impairment to the intent or purpose of the zone plan or the zoning ordinance. It does advance several aspects or goals of the redevelopment plan, reducing automobile dependency by encouraging high-density development in close proximity to mass transit with low automobile parking ratios. And I think this project meets those standards as we are removing on-site parking and creating new residential development within the Journal Square redevelopment area. It's promoting the principles of smart growth and transit village development. And it is creating and maximizing rooftop open space for recreation and green roofs. So I think overall, this project advances several objectives of that redevelopment plan. And that the requested deviation can be granted and that it both meets both the positive and the negative criteria. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Worstel. I have no questions. Anybody else?
No.
All right, thank you.
So that's the presentation.
Okay, is there anybody here from public that wants to comment? Anyone here from public?
Chair, see no one from public. I wish to close the public portion.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Matt, do you have anything you want to add?
Sure. Mr. O'Connell, do you mind moving the presentation to the image of the site plan? Or Mr. Inglese?
Try to get it a little bit bigger for you there. And of course, it always goes to the next page.
The struggle is real.
Sorry about that.
Anyway, well, I think from here, it should be okay.
Okay.
So staff substantiates Ms. Worstel's testimony is accurate, with one exception. So as this is a lot under 100 feet in length, the required rear yard setback is not a straight 30 feet, but 30% of the lot's length. That was a relatively recent change to the redevelopment plan, so the confusion is understandable. In this case, that would calculate out to 26.4 feet. So that actually shrinks the size of the variance being requested in your favor. Just to look at the site plan really quickly. So the Journal Square, Zone 4 of the Journal Square 2060 redevelopment plan requires buildings to generally match the front yard setback of their neighbors because the development's supposed to be contextual, it's supposed to fit in, it's supposed to complement. As this is quite an undersized lot, if you see, and there's a fairly deep front yard setback to the adjacent building to the west. Combined, if you had a conforming rear yard setback here, the allowed building envelope, frankly, does not create a realistic opportunity for the construction of a building. Realistically, either a front yard setback or a rear yard setback would be required to be feasible to build on this site, and especially build sort of the low-rise multifamily use that the plan encourages in this location. So in discussions with the applicant, staff deemed it important to prioritize that complementing of the neighbor and prioritizing the quality of the public-facing side of the realm, and so we advised them to pursue a rear yard setback variance and conform with the front yard requirements. That being said, the staff report outlays 5 conditions for approval. Is the applicant willing to abide by those conditions?
Yes, we've read the report. We'll abide by those recommendations.
Great. Staff recommends approval with conditions.
Okay, thank you, Matt.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case B2023-0112 as presented to the board.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded for approval.
Commissioner Gangadin.
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky.
Aye.
Commissioner Desai.
Aye.
Commissioner Councilwoman Prince Airy. Commissioner Torres.
Aye.
And Chairman Langston.
Yeah, I think the deviation is reasonable. Ms. Worstel made a good case, and my vote is aye.
Excellent. Motion carries, all in favor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And
On to
thanks for
item-
adding a special meeting to ensure that we get heard. Appreciate it.
No worries. All right, let's move on to item 14. It's case P2023-0043. Is a preliminary and final major site plan with C variances for 373 4th Street.
Michael Higgins of Castano Quigley Cerami on behalf of the applicant. I have the original.
Your Honor, see the affidavit of publication, proof of mailing with respect to the application at 373 to 375 4th Street here in the city. It does appear to be in order. We're going to mark it as A1 for purposes of the record.
Thank you, counsel.
Thank you. So this is 373 and 375 4th Street. Those are lots 6 and 7 in block 11002. This is the RC3 zone. It's 4th Street, right off of Newark Avenue in downtown. The interesting thing going on here is that one of these buildings is historic. There's a memorandum from historic that has features that need to be preserved. So the applicant here has coordinated with the community, they've coordinated with the Division of Planning, and they've coordinated with the Historic Department and come to a design that we think meets everybody's suggestions and makes everyone happy. So to build this, we do need a few variances here. Namely, we have variances for building height, where 40 feet are required, 46.5 feet are required, 47.2 feet are proposed. Rear yard setback, where 30 feet are required, and 15 feet are proposed. Building coverage, 70% is permitted, 77.5% is proposed. Lot coverage, 80% is permitted, 85% is proposed. Small variance for landscaping, 15% is proposed, 20% is required. We have a variance for the rooftop appurtenance coverage, which is to provide room for an elevator on the roof for ADA access. And then we have a variance for parking, which we believe is appropriate over here because of its location in downtown and also because it's close to a nearby school down the street, and it wouldn't be an appropriate location for parking. And I think beyond parking, most of these other variances the board will see from the testimony, they all relate to and touch upon the fact that there's a historic building that needs to be preserved. So with that, I have 3 witnesses. I have an engineer who will testify briefly, I have architect, and I have a planner. So I would like to call up Brian Liebskind as our engineer to testify, if we could get him sworn in.
I do. Brian Liebeskin, Liebeskin.
Mr. Liebeskin, good evening. Your license is current tonight?
It is.
Okay, thank you. You're qualified.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman, Commissioners. As noted by Mr. Higgins, we have 7 variances are being requested as part of this application, all of which pertain to the historical element of the property, which I'll go through briefly with respect to the site layout, and then the architect will touch upon the.
You're having difficulty.
That's why I let the architects, plug it in. Okay. So I will pull up the C301 site plan.
had it, then you unplugged it.
Sorry. Okay. This is C301, the site plan that was included in the civil set. The property is two side-by-side 25 by 100 lots. We are looking at 4th Street. North is at 6 o'clock in this. We're on the south side of the street, adjacent to Prado Bakery, to the left on this plan. The existing building represents nearly the same footprint as shown here, with minor adjustments as a result of discussions with the city, creating a 15-foot rear setback to the upper left, which does not exist today, as well as preserving a open space of 25 by 30 to the right of that. The 30-foot portion is compliant with the ordinance. The 15-foot portion is where we are seeking relief. The site improvements along 4th Street include reconstructing the concrete sidewalk, eliminating the curb cut and loading dock that exists there today, thereby improving the pedestrian walkway. Also allows us the opportunity to add plant material, both in the form of a tree pit along the curb, as well as the landscape area. I'll zoom in for those can see this planted area up against the building. There are 2 points of ingress to the building, one for each of the existing lots there today, which the architect can walk through the design challenges of interior renovations that we are proposing to preserve some of the historical elements of the building, while also bringing it up to code, and complying with stormwater regulations to elevate the building above flood hazard. The other side improvements you include the rear patio that's being proposed. I will note the variance being requested for lot coverage, and then in turn for minimum planted area does not include the permeable paving. And as noted in the staff memo, the plant material that's being provided within the public right-of-way, which is not credited in the percentage for lot coverage, but also we believe adds a benefit both in terms of the coverage for planted areas and stormwater benefit. And then in that regards, the architect can walk through in a little more detail. The building will include a green roof component. We've satisfied the GAR minimums, the flood overlay. Overall, I think again in collaboration with the city, I think ended up with a nice product of working with the existing building and making improvements. So although we have a number of variances, we want to stress that each of those are improvements upon what exists today. And then the last one, which Mr. Higgins touched on briefly, is the parking. By zoning, the project would require about 6 parking spaces. None exist today. However, as noted in the traffic memo, as part of the application, the net of between existing and proposed equates to 2 units. By eliminating the curb cut along 4th Street, we are able to put back 1 on-street space. So the end result is effectively a 1 space change, which we feel is de minimis, and being able to keep the nature of the existing building without the complications of introducing a driveway with a garage. We feel are appropriate in this setting. If there are no further questions, that concludes my testimony.
Okay, thank you. I have no questions. Anybody else?
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
My second witness is Chris Botch, the architect.
I do. Name is Christopher Botch, B-O-T-S-C-H.
Good evening, sir. We've qualified you in the past as well.
Oh, yeah.
Your license is current tonight?
Sir, it is.
Okay, thank you. You're qualified.
Okay. This is the combination of two lots to create a single structure. There are two existing buildings on this site currently. The one that's 373 is the one that has historical significance, whereas it's not a actual historic building, but it has been deemed to have historic significance. So we're working with Historic to go through and maintain parts and refurbish as much of that building as we can. The building adjacent to it on a 375 will be demolished in its completeness. Going from, I will kick to the couple floor plans here. This first set of floor plans shows the demolition plans along with the existing. The 373 is on the left. The 375 is on the right. In discussions with the city, and we've decided to pull back 15 foot of the existing building onto 373 to provide some setback on that piece of property, and remove the existing 15 foot of that building for the first story that is currently existing. On the second floor demolition plan, again, is adjacencies to the proposed versus the existing, which shows kicking back the second foot, 15 foot. The second floor of the existing building does meet that 15 foot setback. Actually, it's about 2 foot short, but that's what kind of dictated that line. Kicking to the next is the side-by-sides of, again, the proposed versus the existing. All the way to the left is the existing, and then the proposed cellar plan. The cellar plan will have two means of egress for the stairs up and down. It will also have an elevator to be able to bring down to remove refuse, waste, and also provide access to all floors. We do have spaces down in the floor for storage for each tenant space. We also have all of our utilities down in the basement, and we will also have bike rack storage down in the basement. Based on the zoning, I believe we're required 4.5 bicycle racks. We're providing for 18. For the next floor up, for the main floor, we have which actually I'll blow it up a little bit, which consists of 2 units. We have the stair to the left is strictly an egress stair, so it has a lower impact on the existing building that has historic significance and less deviation for the elevation of that building. And to the right-hand side, we have the main entrance, which will come into the lobby, which will service the entire building, and our primary means of egress. There is 1 unit in the front, which is approximately just over 1,000 square feet. It's a 2-bedroom unit. And then we have another unit in the back at the rear, which is another 2-bedroom unit, which is about 1,500 square feet. That unit does have the outside patio space, which will have a set of stairs that go down to provide them their outdoor space. And then there is an all-open landscape space across the entire back of the property, which is the entire 50-foot as well as 15-foot deep. From there, we'll go up to the next floor. Next floor up has two 1-bedroom apartments in the front of the building and 1 2-bedroom apartment in the rear. This also has the expanded living space, which takes up that 15-foot encroachment into the part of the existing building. And then 1 floor up from there, it goes up and we go back to having 2 2-bedroom units, 1 in the front, 1 in the rear. Both are a little over 1,000 square feet. The benefit to the rear unit is that we do have a second floor deck, which goes out on top of the floor below. Based on conversations with the community, do have an exhibit which we can provide to you that we've made some modifications to that. We do have evergreen plantings along the back. The request was to put something on the sides. So I do have an exhibit, which I'll show you shortly, of putting a fence on either side to further block that. And it's similar in the detail that we're going to use on the roof to keep consistency. Going up to the fourth floor. Fourth floor is very similar to the floor below, except that it does not have that living space out to the back. So this has just 2 units, both 2 bedrooms. And this comes back, and this is where we start to conform for the remainder of the building at the 30-foot setback. From there, we go up to the roof. The roof has 7 individual patio spaces, which will be walled off to prevent large gatherings of people. They're all individual per set for the tenancy. And we have multiple areas of green roof. We're going to be looking at using a cassette system, which is an extensive system, goes anywhere from 2-foot, 4-foot area. It has all its internal drainage, which will all be worked out. And then in the center also as well, we do have a larger planting area just to make it a little bit nicer in the front and we're also picking up a lot of green space that we're losing on the lower levels. The mechanical spaces, we have 2 as of right now. We're not totally worked into how much space we're going to require yet until we get into the engineering portion of it. So part of what we're asking for is due to a little bit of relief until we get that worked out. We're going to try to make that as de minimis as possible. These are some larger floor plans, but I will kick to the elevations. So here is just a side-by-side and some photos of the existing building. The one to the left is the 373, which is the one which has historical significance. The building currently has some asphalt shingles kind of nailed to the front of it, which we'll be removing. And the original is hand-hewed clapboard siding. It has been painted. You can see actually from the window up top from some selective demolition there of pulling some trim off, we have found that the original color was a green color. So we do propose in going back with that color and keeping consistent. And then the building to the right will be removed. And I'll skip to the next one here, which has actually, skip ahead a little bit just to the color elevation. So the building with historical significance is the one on the left-hand side. We will be restoring that building. It's on with the cornice. The roof that's currently on it was not original, so we'd be pulling that off. And there was a sign band for the industrial use that was there previous. We will be modifying the old loading dock, which is there, but we'll be creating it as a more of a inaccessible patio space to mimic that look, but wouldn't be accessible from the apartment. And then you see to the left is the change of where roughly where one of the overhead doors is, where we'll be putting that other egress going into the building. The building to the right is where we'll be knocking down the old building and working with historic. They wanted something that didn't necessarily match 373, but would complement. So from there, we did a more brick look on that side with precast lintels. And we'll also be doing a wood cornice up there, which will be similar in height and depth to what is next door, is adjacent. However, it'll be a simpler look to it, so won't compete with that look. From there on, the upper pieces will be a cementitious, more contemporary type of style to really have that mix of the old versus the new. We'll kick back to this here. This is elevation of showing the rear. So we are going to continue the clapboard look siding around the remainder of the building to the rear. And then we show up top where we have the evergreen plantings for that upper area, which will provide screening for that tenant. And I'll just kick to this here. These are the side elevations. And this is a larger elevation of what that cementitious material looks like. And then on the sides that we are adjacent, we have part of the building that we, with our neighbor on one side. That side from the pieces that are not hidden by that building will have an ephes and stucco type system.
Chris, I'm
Yep.
sorry to interrupt.
No,
This
okay.
one was entered into, this is part of the previous set.
Correct, yes, I haven't gotten to the exhibit yet. Yes, I'm sorry. And then the other side as well. This side currently is a vacant lot, so we don't have a building adjacent to this, so we'll be following the collaborative along the side as well as putting the cementitious finish up top. So from there, I will hop over to the exhibit, which this is a little different clip. This will show you here. This is be that patio in the back, and on either side, we'll have the fencing. And then I'll just shoot over to this partial.
So council, let's mark this as A2, and let's submit it after the hearing.
Yes.
Yep, and just, if you can see there, there's a kind of shadow of a person standing on that patio space, and we'll be bringing up that fence on the side to be able to block that space. And that fence will basically look something like this, which is not completely opaque, but it has opposing boards on either side, so it doesn't look like just a blank PVC style or shake style fence.
And it'll be 6 feet high.
Yes, sir. And that pretty much concludes our presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. If you could just go back to the ephes on the building. That's the entire side, correct?
Well, we have a building on that side that directly adjacent,
Okay,
so we're gonna have to kind of work around that. And
Okay.
we are a zero lot line on that side,
sure.
so I'm trying to, I know EVIS isn't the greatest material in the world, but some of what I'm trying to gain is some energy efficiency by being able to use that insulation on there and then
Yeah.
protect it.
No, it's got its benefits for insulation, of course. One thing we always do with ephes, first of all, Eric, is ephes allowed here?
To my understanding, I believe it's allowed to be utilized on side facades if there is an existing structure there. I believe so.
Okay.
But of course, I can do research and get back to you about that. But the adjacent structure, I believe it's a two-story building. So a lot of this ephes will still be visible. I just want
Probably the upper.
to note that.
Okay.
And we're willing to work with if there wants to be an alternative.
Isn't it not available in the redevelopment plan of that area? We know it's available.
That's my question.
That's the question.
So this is not in a redevelopment plan, though. This property. No,
No?
no, it's not.
It's currently zoned as RC3, both lots.
Okay.
So the west side is facing Fourth Street?
Would that be the west side, or is that the west side?
To me, if that's the one that's adjacent to Prado, I think that's the
Yeah, that
north
would
side.
be, over the restaurant.
So that would be
that's
the north
adjacent
side, right?
to. I believe so.
As long as you don't mess with Prado, I'm cool.
It's also trying to limit working over another
Do we
piece
have-
of property.
Didn't we have that bought up with other properties in that neighborhood?
The 375's boarded up.
No,
The
the use of
Yeah.
EFS in that neighborhood rings a bell to me that was not prohibited in that part of the plan. I'm not sure we had it on York Avenue.
Yeah, I'm not, I mean, it's not in the redevelopment zone,
Okay.
so it's, it's not expressly written
Then
in there. Yeah, we really need to know if it's allowed or not.
This computer's slow.
Yes, within the land development ordinance, all of 345, EFS is only mentioned within the residential housing district, which is something, we commonly run into. EFS is a lot of times primarily mentioned within the redevelopment plan areas, but it's, for the most part, just highly not recommended within, on properties within the regulations of 345, basically. It's just not recommended. But there's really not enough for us to tell them to not do it. It's just highly not recommended.
I'm certainly willing to explore another option. Again, the real reason was working over another adjacent property,
Sure.
ease of application, and
I mean, you'd still have to work over that property, right?
Yeah.
It's just,
usually a quicker, faster process. And
so one condition we always put on any facade that has EFS is that all the cutting of the foam is interior. We've had problems with foam, leaving job sites and ending up in people's backyards, in the street, all over the place. I mean, what's an alternate, are we talking smooth stucco?
Yes.
we could use the stucco. And again, the only
Yeah,
reason that I was thinking the insulation was to help a little bit with the R value of energy efficiency.
I would say simply because the adjacent property is just a two-story building, we could do like a smooth stucco on that facade.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'd prefer that too.
That's not a problem at all.
That was my only question. Anybody else?
Counsel, I did have a question about that, what's been described as a loading dock. Is that an existing element and of the historic significance?
It's hard to tell. The few photos that we have show that it could be. The photo actually that we have from the tax roll is very washed out down in the bottom. Some of the discussions with historic was to do some exploratory work in demolishing that to see if it can be determined if there was what was there prior. Do you have a photo of that?
Eddie, how long's that door been there?
Which door?
The roll-up garage door there.
Garage door has been there since.
Eddie's our historic commission on the
Yeah,
board.
there's actually, I think there's two roll-up doors on there. One's still a roll-up door, the other one it has some like artwork, questionable.
Can we see the photo?
Yeah.
That used to be a truck stop, but it's just one big roll-up door, if I'm not mistaken. The warehouse in there. But I was pretty young when I used to play on that stoop, so.
Didn't you used to jump off this loading dock?
Just for the record, that building, 375 holds a 375 has a historic value. Commissioner Torres slept there. So, when my grandfather passed away, I was 5 years old, so, yeah, it has a historic value, that building. Yeah, so, I won't tell that to the historic society.
Okay, don't tell Maggie.
Yeah.
So Chairman, I guess my question was, if I understood correctly, there wasn't going to be any access to the loading dock.
Correct. It was merely just to have something there to kind of mimic that kind of look that was there previous. And we put a handrail up on top of it, obviously just to prevent people from climbing up on it.
So I happen to know some individuals that live in the city that climb out their windows to access outdoor spaces. And
Well, due to the BFE, the floor is significantly higher than where that loading dock would be.
that answers my question.
So if they did that, you'd probably be sending an ambulance to to pick them up.
So that elevation is that?
Yes, due to the
significantly-
BFE, in fact, if you look at this elevation here, our first floor elevation is about 5 foot in that dotted line there. And then to where that is, you're probably, from floor level, it's probably about 2.5, 3 feet. And then if you actually go from window sill level, you're probably about 4.5.
It's about right. It's about the same as mine. More on the subject. Do we have a historic preservation report on it, Eric? I didn't see anything. Has it been presented? I know there's a demolition memo.
That's pretty much the only thing that was
There's the-
provided for this application.
Okay, has this current design been presented to Maggie?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. We've worked with her through several renditions, and my understanding is that it has historical significance. However, it's not actual historical.
Okay.
So that's why, in working with them, we've tried to maintain as much as we can, and the pieces that they are really concerned about,
Okay.
which was the 373.
Okay, anybody else? Anything? Go ahead.
And I'm pretty sure it's going to be done safely, but the rendition you have to A6, the east elevation, the tree that's on the edge behind the guy that's standing on top of the deck there.
Oh, yes, that's, yeah, in the.
That is
plan-
just a design. That is not going to be actually a tree put there, is there?
Well, it's going to be, it's not a tree, it's going to be a shrub.
A shrub.
Yes, which will prevent the sight lines, which is the concern.
How
of the
far deep it
community.
goes?
Sorry?
How far deep down it goes?
It's
It
going to
goes
go,
about-
well, we have about a 42-inch planter over there. So we
Okay,
have enough
so
room
it'll
to
go
be able to-
down
Oh,
this
yeah.
thing?
Yes, it will not be a shallow plant.
Won't be tipping?
No.
No tipping hazard?
No.
Okay, thank you.
No, we're required to have a 42-inch barrier at that patio.
Yes.
So that will be that deep to be able to make up.
The only
for that
reason is,
wall.
I just found that one very close in this picture that you put.
It's
you
a
know.
little deceiving when you look
Yeah,
at it
yeah,
in the
thank you.
drawing, but yes.
Saved. All right. Anybody else? Anything? Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very
Appreciate
much.
your time.
Okay, my final witness is the planner, Carolyn Worstel.
And Ms. Worstel, if you could just state for the record, you understand that you are still under oath tonight? You've been sworn in and qualified already?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Great. So thank you very much. As you've heard, we're here for a couple of variances. A lot of it relates to the sort of unique condition of this site in that we are seeking to keep one of two buildings that exist on this site. And so that has led to some issues or relate to some of the existing non-conforming conditions that exist on this property. So I'm going to start off actually with the maximum building height. So we're seeking a building height of 42.7 feet above design flood elevation, where 42 feet above design flood elevation is permitted. This additional height is the difference between the design flood elevation, which is elevation 12, and the first finished floor, which is elevation 12.7. And this just sort of happens to relate to the fact that there's just some oddities with how you're going to make some of these spaces work, and the fact that you're trying to keep what was an existing ground floor. So we are asking for relief. It's about 8.5 inches. So overall, the overall height of the building, you're not really going to see a significant impact relating to visually. This building isn't going to look different than you would for a conforming building, and we don't anticipate there to be significant, additional shadow impacts for that additional 8.5 inches. With regard to the minimum rear yard setback, so here our rear yard setback of 30 feet is required, and we're 100 feet deep, so that's 30 feet. As was described and as you saw, we are keeping the existing building on, I always get these two mixed up, 373. So we're keeping the existing on building 373, but we're selectively demolishing that first and second floor. So at the first floor where we have 100% lot coverage, it goes back 100%, we're pulling it back 15 feet. On that second floor, there is going to be some minor demolishment of that upper floor, and they're going to pull that back to that 15 foot. So that first and second floors, that's where we're requesting the relief. That's going to be a 15-foot setback. On our upper floors, on third and fourth floor, as well as in the new building, or the new portion of the building, which is going to be on 375, all of that is going to have a conforming 30-foot rear yard setback. So here, the request we have is for those two existing floors. We're actually creating a better condition. We are improving an existing non-conforming condition, and we're pulling it back to that 15 feet. And we believe that provides adequate light and air to be maintained to the adjacent properties to the rear and to the sides of us. With regard to our lot coverages, we are proposing a building coverage of 77.5%. There's some creative math. We're sort of trading some of our coverages from one lot to another, but essentially what happens is the existing lot is at 77.5% building coverage, and we're maintaining that. So 375 is going to be a little bit deeper than I think the existing building is, but we're pulling back on 373. Overall, we're maintaining a lot coverage of 77.5%. With regard to that building, or to so that's building coverage. With regard to lot coverage, we're proposing 85%. And again, that relates to the fact that on the 375 portion of the lot, we're providing that full setback, but we are creating a small patio, which would allow access from that ground floor lot out into the rear yard, and then the rest of the area is going to be landscaped. And that patio is going to be a pervious patio. It still counts as impervious coverage under the ordinance, but it still will provide some, stormwater benefits, because there will still be an amount of water that can be, will be able to get through that and to percolate into the ground. In addition, we're proposing green roof, which will mitigate some of that additional building and lot coverage proposed. So there will be extensive green roof up on the upper floors, as well as some landscaping on that roof of the second floor. So there will be new landscaping that is added to this lot compared to what there is today. Related to that coverage is our minimum landscaped area. There's a requirement of 1,000 square feet, or 20% of the lot area must be landscaped, and we're proposing 15%, or 750 square feet. And again, this is going to be that the only landscaping that counts is at the ground level. So we are providing that entire 15-foot setback on both lots. That will all be landscaped, and that's our 15%. We are still, again, proposing additional landscaping on the roofs. We're proposing, green roof and landscaping on both sort of the lower roof and the upper roof, but they don't count towards this standard. We are also, again, providing some landscaped areas at the front. We're providing a new street tree as well as the landscaped areas around the sort of recreated loading dock. But again, those don't count towards our coverage or our landscaping requirements because they're not within our property. We're also providing, we also need relief for our minimum off-street parking. We're proposing 0 spaces where, under the strict reading of the ordinance, 6 spaces are required. The ordinance says that if you have a 50-foot lot, you're required to provide parking. What we're doing here is we're taking two 25 by 20, 25-foot wide lots and we're combining them. So we end up with a 50-foot wide lot. But in reality, when you look at how this building or how this development is happening, we really only have 25 feet in which we can really create that parking because we have to keep and maintain that existing structure on half of our lot. So it really becomes functionally inefficient and very difficult to provide parking on this lot because we only have that 25 feet wide area to work with. And so just functionally it doesn't work. You're not creating enough space to provide for the required parking. And it's why in the ordinance, parking isn't required on a 25-foot lot because it doesn't work. So, here we're not providing any parking. There's no parking there today. And this property really is in close proximity to downtown transit options. We're very close to a transit bus stop at the intersection with Newark. And we're about a 12-minute walk or just slightly over a half-mile walk to the Grove Street Pass Station. So we're really in a very transit-rich area of the downtown here. And then our final requested variance is for the maximum rooftop appurtenance coverage. We're proposing a coverage of 26.9%, where 20% is the maximum permitted. Apologies. And really that additional coverage creates and allows for more space for mechanical areas on the roof, as well as the elevator bulkhead and the 2 means of egress that are necessary to provide access to that rooftop area. So, I think that the benefits here of allowing access to that rooftop area and allowing for more mechanical space so that you can have those spaces on the roof and not be looking at PTAC units or some other option which would reduce the amount of mechanical spaces on the roof, but at the expense of having, that integrated into the facade. So I think that this really is a better design option and better planning option to allow that additional coverage. I think overall, the benefits of this project substantially outweigh the detriments of the requested variances. We're really trying to maintain and restore that historic elements of that 373 4th Street facade, while bringing that building into greater conformance with, both the rear yard setback requirements, introducing green roof, as well as the fact that we are going to be creating, we're having to meet the new flood hazard issues that are subject to this property. So that has created some of the you're going to be pulling all of the development out of the floodplain. So I think that's a benefit. This project will advance and promote the purposes of the municipal land use law. It's consistent with Purpose A. It's guiding appropriate use and development through the selective demolition of the existing structure to create these new residential units. It is consistent with Purpose C. It's going to provide adequate light, air, and open space through the creation of new rear yard setbacks where there weren't today, as well as those new elements of the building which meet all of those setback requirements. The proposed project is promoting a more desirable visual environment consistent with Purpose I, again, by maintaining and restoring that historic elements of the 373 4th Street facade, as well as, improvements to the front, to the streetscape with the new landscaping, as well as just improvements to adding more landscaping in the rear, as well as the landscaping on the roof areas. In terms of the negative criteria, I don't see that granting these variances would result in a substantial detriment to the public good or general welfare. Proposed uses in character in terms of use in bulk with existing uses and buildings within the surrounding area. And it would provide for newly renovated and nice-sized units for future residents, creating a more diversity of housing within the community. And is likewise would not result in a substantial impairment to the intent or purpose of the zone plan and zoning ordinance. Is consistent and promotes the purposes of the RC3 district to protect the historically low-rise nature of the neighborhood, and promotes the city's master plan goals of ensuring that the city's housing is balanced and meets the needs of current and future city residents. So I think overall, the requested bulk variances can be granted, and that both positive and negative criteria have been met. And if anyone has any questions, I'm happy to go through things.
Okay, thank you. No, I have no questions at this point. Anybody else?
Yes, so there's the request for the parking, 9 units, but I just pulled up the architectural plans. I didn't see anything for bike storage.
There's bike storage in the basement, I believe. In the basement, yes. And it's 18 spaces, which actually exceeds what we're required to provide.
All right. Yeah, because next door is a very populated bakery, and then down the block is, I joked about, but then down the block is also a public school, and that's a very narrow, curvous road. So, I mean, I think it's going to challenge, but if there's bike spaces and people understand what they're getting into, then so be it. Thanks.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you. Council, there's one thing that we do have to address.
Yes.
You're combining these lots?
Do you have two separate deeds, counsel?
2 separate deeds for
The property.
for the one. I assume that the property owner does, and that we would be doing a consolidation deed to make it a single lot.
Well, but that should have been filed with the application if the intent is to consolidate 2 separate deeds. That's why I'm asking the question of whether or not they are 2 separate deeds. I understand they're 2 separate tax lots.
Right, right. I can say it's been my experience in the past that consolidation deeds have been drafted and recorded post-approval. We can happily do that as a condition.
I just think it's got to be requested, obviously, and the board's got to act on it in order for that to happen, so that's why I'm asking.
As in relief to consolidate the lots?
Yeah, it's got to be clear if we're consolidating lots or if they've already merged through a deed.
Oh, okay, yes, I understand, They are separate lots. We are going to consolidate them and record a consolidation deed after, if the board deems it appropriate to grant an approval. It's currently lots 6 and 7. My understanding is they're separately deeded.
Okay. So that answers the question, Council. So Chairman, if that's what's being proposed, they're going to consolidate 2 separate lots.
Okay, do we need to condition that? That they're consolidated before permits are pulled?
Well, they would have to be if
I would think so, right?
they're going to construct one structure on the 2 lots. This is one structure is on.
One structure, correct. 2 structures existing and 1 structure is going to be built.
Well, there's one sewer connection, which is what I read on the the MUA letter.
Yeah.
That they're considering it one lot. So as far as they're concerned, it's already consolidated. That's where the issue is for me.
I don't have any document to tell me whether this is already been consolidated or if it's being proposed to be consolidated. As I understand the proposal, it is to construct one structure on what is 2 tax lots. Tax lots and deeded lots are 2 distinct things.
I can say that per the zone map and per the tax map and per the tax assessor, they're considered separate. If water and sewer considers them,
Counsel, do you have the deeds?
I do not.
Okay. Council is requesting to consolidate 2 separate lots into 1 lot, then that's the request to the board. Is that the request, Council?
That's the request, yes.
Okay.
Can we do that without any documentation at all? Do we
Well, it
need
either
some?
is 2 separate lots that have to be combined, or it's already combined.
But can we legally act with them being 2 separate lots right now? And the intent, I understand the intent is to combine.
Right.
Can we legally act with that intent alone, or do we need something documented?
Council seems to be convinced that there are 2 separate lots with 2 separate deeds, so his representation is that that's what they are, and they're being combined.
I understand the board wouldn't usually do a condition that leaves multiple options open, i.e. in the event that these are carried as a single lot by deed, that we would, in the event that they are a single lot, then we have the one option, and then in the event that they're carried by separate deeds, then it would be consolidated. My understanding and everything that I've seen has shown them as 2 separate lots. Until hearing about sewer connection, I've had no reason to think otherwise.
Now, we have a survey that shows 2 separate tax lots. And also in the affidavit of ownership, it shows them being 2 separate lots.
And the cellular diagram finally came up on my computer. It says shared building space.
Where is that?
On the, from the portal, when I pulled up the architectural drawings, it says shared building space. Whether that's legal or not, but that's what's being stated.
But I think the board can act on the requested relief of site plan approval and the variances without making a factual determination on that issue.
What's your basis for saying that, Council?
If I'm overruled, I'm overruled. I'll retract that statement.
Asking the basis of the statement.
I think everything that we're seeing is showing them as separate.
I don't know, that's a legal question.
My clients also confirmed that they are two separate lots deeded separately.
Deeded separately.
We don't have the deeds present tonight, but everything except for a sewer connection seems to indicate that, and
So you're seeking a consolidation and to build one structure on one lot,
yes.
okay?
How long does a consolidation take?
To record the consolidation deed, you would run someone up to the register, and it could take maybe
It's
a week.
simultaneous with the approval.
Yeah.
You're gonna come back in February anyway, right?
So
Two
Chairman,
birds,
in answer
one
to the
stone.
question, the question was very simple. Is it deeded as one lot, or was it deeded in two separate deeds? If it was deeded in two separate deeds, you have to consolidate in order to build one structure on the new property. So
But
now
does
that
it-
we've gotten the answer that it is two separate deeds, they have to consolidate it in order for the board to act
Okay.
on the
That's
application
my
as
question.
presented.
Can we act, or is it only to pull building permits? Does it have to be consolidated before the application or before building permits?
It's got to be before permits, but it's going to be consolidated when they get the resolution and they actually file the deed of consolidation. When they choose to file that, they're going to have to act quickly on that, because otherwise they'll be back here like with a subdivision when the county clerk kicks it back. It
Okay,
says we're not going to record it or something like that.
Okay, so we can proceed right now, is your
We can proceed.
assessment. Okay.
I just wanted to know if council wants to put in the resolution that it's being consolidated and he's gonna file a consolidation deed. Because if he doesn't do that, and it turns out that they are two separate deeded lots, and he tries to pull permits, that probably is gonna be problematic.
I'm comfortable with putting a condition to consolidate the lots in the resolution.
Well, I don't know that
I don't know.
it's a
that that is
condition, it's a requirement, right? You have to consolidate the lots
Sure, of
in order
course.
to
Of course.
construct one building on the lots, if they haven't been consolidated yet.
Right.
Okay. So let's move on, right? That's what you're telling me?
Yes.
Okay, let's do it. All right. Council, that's your
That concludes
presentation?
our presentation, yeah.
thank you.
I'd say, actually, this is my community. I live around the corner from this, so I think that I can say the applicant here, I think, has done a pretty good job balancing the degree of hardship caused by a historic element to the property with the purposes of the RC3 zone, and I think there's been a lot of work done to meet the Secretary of the Interior standards, and I think it's a good project.
Okay, thank you, Council. At this time, let's open it up for public comment. Is anybody here from the public that wants to comment on this application?
Seeing nobody from the public, Chair, I move to close.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Eric, anything you want to add?
Yeah, I just want to touch on the variances a little bit.
Sure.
So staff does not believe that there's a significant hardship that's pretty much hindering the development of any kind here, even with respect to the 373 4th Street. With that being said, staff also believes that the granting of the variances don't or wouldn't cause a detriment to the public. The 15-foot rear yard setback, still allows for adequate light and air, especially if you take a look at the opposite property of this lot here, the subject lot. It's a property that is a 4-story building with approximately 30-foot setback. The height variance is rather de minimis. The landscaping, as the professional planner stated, the permeable pavers in the rear yard will still help serve the purpose of mitigating stormwater and so forth. So a lot of the variances, although staff has determined that there's not a significant hardship, it's also determined that these won't cause a detriment to the public. But with that being said, staff will leave it at the discretion of the board members to decide. In the instance this application is approved, staff just requests that the applicant agree to the conditions within the staff memo and the condition that we just stated regarding the deeds.
And the condition on the stucco, the smooth
Correct,
stucco.
the smooth stucco on the west side elevation.
Okay, thank you. What do you got, Andy?
That's not a condition for the deed, that's a requirement he has to do, right? So it's not a condition, is it?
Yeah, I don't think we condition it.
No, it would just be within the resolution, condition of approval.
So do we condition that that's stated in the resolution? We do that?
Yes, I would.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
So the condition would be that it's stated in the resolution that the intent is to consolidate the lots.
That's the relief being requested. is the
Yes.
Consolidation.
That's fine.
Okay.
And the other conditions in the staff report are fine too.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
Chair would like to make a motion to approve case B 2023-0043 as presented to the board, together with the additional conditions that is added to the staff memo.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded for approval.
Commissioner Torres?
You know, just the few people that are out in the audience that realize that this whole board is from Jersey City, right? We live here, we're members of the Jersey City, and I love it when I see a project come in a neighborhood that I grew up in a building that you could close your eyes and see the inside of it, you know, and see the changes the neighborhood takes for better, you know. This project it's good. It's a good project. The building looks the same way it did in 1960s. So the new thing that they're going to do is great. I disagree with knocking it down, and I disagree with it not being historic. But that's another question. But I do vote highly on this project. I think you guys did a good job. Thank you.
Commissioner Lipsky?
Yeah, so I think it's a hardship to try to bring two buildings together, keep historical integrity, and then to deal with the dynamics of your neighborhood. So, and I think Ms. Morstel laid out the case, and I stand corrected in looking at there's bikes, so I vote aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai?
I vote aye.
Commissioner Gongadin?
Aye.
Councilwoman Prince Array?
Aye.
And Chairman Langston?
So I agree with
Ms. Worstel's testimony. I don't think there's any significant detriment to the neighborhood or the zoning in the neighborhood. So I think it's a good project. It's obviously a difficult project, like Commissioner Lipsky said, to combine two units like that. I've done that professionally, and it's rough. So, it's going to be a tough go. But, yeah, my vote is aye.
Motion carries, all in favor.
Okay, thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute break, everybody. And we'll call item 15 as case P2023-0024 as a minor site plan with C variances.
Maybe not.
Maybe.
Is it working?
Yeah.
Oh, it is working. I apologize. Good evening, members of the board. Veronica Schmiel on the behalf of the applicant from the law firm Connell Foley for a minor site plan at 285 Forest Street. As an initial matter, we did notice for this case, which I have the original, if I may approach.
Please, Thank you. Chairman, I see the affidavit of publication proof of mailing for 285 Forest Street here in the city. Had the opportunity to review it. Appears to be in order. We are going to mark it as A1 for purposes of the record.
Thank you, Counsel.
Alrighty, so I believe we have a pretty short and sweet presentation for you this evening. This one has been in the works for a little bit. We worked pretty close with planning to get from what we originally submitted to what you guys are going to see this evening. I would note as well, we met with Councilman Gilmore's office to alleviate some of the concerns that he had as well for this project, which is a 3-story building with 5 residential units and 3 bike parking spaces. And with that, I will hand it over to my first witness, Jeff Lewis.
And Mr. Lewis, just for the record, if you could state that you realize that you're under oath still and are still qualified tonight.
I am still under oath, and my qualifications are still
Good.
Okay, thank you.
good.
That's good to know.
All right, so 285 Forest Street, this is an unusual lot, as you can see. For the first 94 feet of this lot, it's only 10 feet wide. It's basically a driveway right now. And then it widens out to 50 feet. And that 50-foot section is 75 feet deep on the right side, 90 feet deep on the left. So what we have behind us is the light rail. So the Jersey City light rail is running right behind us. That's why we have that angled back property line. And as you can see currently, there is a driveway going down the entire property and a small masonry garage, both of which will be demolished as part of this application. So here's what we are proposing. The new building will be built entirely in the back section of the lot. It's a 3-story, 5-unit residential building. All 5 of the apartments are 3-bedroom apartments. 2 of them have 2 baths, and 3 of them have 2.5 baths. Looking to the front of the property, we are proposing new curbs and sidewalks. We are actually proposing a new street tree. It's not shown here. It is shown on another sheet, though, but it is being proposed. That driveway that I mentioned is going to be demolished and turned into a 4-foot wide concrete walkway with a lawn area along each side. The building, again, is in the rear section. We have setbacks of 10 feet from the properties in front of us, 3 feet on each side, and then 16 feet in the rear. That concrete walkway that leads to the building extends along both sides of the building and around to the back. And that leads to a 5-foot deep paver patio area, which is, these are private rear yards for our first floor tenants. There's also a trash room and meter rooms on the right-hand side of the building. And there's a 4-foot wood board-on-board fence around the entire property. And here you can just see that we are proposing a street tree in front. Here we're looking at the proposed first and second floor plans. So here on the left is the first floor. The main entry is in the center of the building. There's a main central lobby, which gives you access to the sprinkler room, as this is a fully sprinklered building, as well as our bicycle parking for 3 bikes, which is tucked underneath the main staircase, which leads to the second floor. There are 2 apartments on this floor. The first one on the left is apartment number 1. This is a 3-bedroom, 2-bath apartment with access to the backyard, as I mentioned previously. This apartment, the entire apartment, is on this ground floor. The second apartment on this floor is a duplex apartment. So on the ground floor, apartment number 2 has 1 bedroom and 1 bath on the ground floor. And then when you look up to the second floor, this back area is part of that apartment, and there's 2 more bedrooms and another bathroom here to make it 3 bedrooms. I should note that the ground floor apartments are ADA adaptable. All of the apartments in the building have stackable washer dryers, as well as forced air for heat and air conditioning. Going back to the floor plan, there's that one section of the second floor for the ground floor apartment. Other than that, there are 3 apartments on this floor that will also be duplexes between the second floor and the third floor. So here on the second floor, each of these 3 apartments is going to have a living, dining, kitchen, a half bath, and its laundry services, as well as a staircase going up to the 3rd floor. And then looking at the 3rd floor plan, each of those 3 apartments has the stair coming up and 3 bedrooms and 2 baths located on the 3rd floor. Also, these apartments have a stair that continues up to the roof, as each of these apartments will have their own private roof deck. So the 2 ground floor apartments have their own backyard, the 3 upstairs apartments have their own roof deck. Everyone gets their own private outdoor space. Looking at the roof deck, the 2 front apartments have 200 square foot roof decks, and the rear apartment has a larger 360 square foot roof deck. The decks are set back 10 feet from both side elevations as well as the front elevation. A small part of this area is used for our HVAC equipment. However, most of the area is used for green roof trays. This is our front elevation. The main finish is a dark gray brick. It's what you see as this mostly black color around the edges. We're also using fiber cement panels in a few different finishes. The main finish that you see is a light gray color, which actually has a concrete finish. It's not a smooth finish. It's more of a rougher concrete finish. We also have a wood cedar finish located here in between the windows. And then also in these window bays, we have a smooth gray finish. So this will be smooth as opposed to the concrete finish. We have black aluminum framed windows and doors. We also have these projected surrounds around the windows, and those surrounds are going to be wrapped in black aluminum to match the windows. And then there's also, it's hard to see here, but there's a 3-foot a 3-foot canopy, which is covering the main entry. And that's going to be wrapped in those same fiber cement, gray fiber cement panels, which is why it's kind of hard to see on this elevation. This is the rear elevation. Simple dark gray stucco base, dark gray vinyl siding above, and black aluminum framed windows and doors. And then here we're looking at both of our side elevations. You can see we do have a 2-foot brick return on both sides from the front. Then everything from there back will be the same as the rear elevation, so stucco at the base, dark gray vinyl siding above. And additionally, you can see on the east elevation, we do have these 3 areas where we have a trash area and then our meters. We have these sliding doors that are going to be in front of those, and those are going to be made out of solid wood, and they're going to be painted that same gray color to match the vinyl siding. That concludes my part of the presentation. I could answer any questions now, or we can go through Carolyn's and do it after, whatever you prefer.
Just one question, actually. The 2 properties in the front, I saw from one of the pictures, there's one structure there. Are there structures on both sides
There's
currently?
buildings, you can see right here, there's buildings on the property line on both sides.
Okay. So the only way to get construction material in and out is through that 10-foot wide pathway?
Yes.
Okay. When do you plan on building this?
I don't know if we have a second.
I'd take a swing by to see how this works out.
I'd imagine
that's
that
going
they're
to be
going to be trying
interesting.
this summer.
We can update you that on
Okay.
if you'd like.
Okay. Yeah, that's the only question I have. Anybody else?
So on the satellite map I have, it shows that there's already a handicap spot in front, and you mentioned ADA. Is there an anticipation that there would be another person who would be a driver? And
Oh, no, I mean, we're required, the ground floor units are required to be ADA adaptable.
Is there anything in the ADA code as far as how long the walkway to the property is?
No, they talk about slopes you're allowed to have for walkways,
Yeah.
but there's not no.
Okay.
I don't think there's anything about that.
Okay. Interesting. All right. Anybody else? Any questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you.
Okay, and we'll turn to our next witness to provide the justification for our 2 variances, Carolyn Worstel. Excuse me.
And Ms. Worstel, if you could just state for the record that you understand that you're currently under oath tonight and are qualified.
Yes, I am acknowledge I'm still under oath and my license is still in good standing.
Okay. Thank you.
So we are here this evening for 2 bulk variances, one for the front yard setback and one for the minimum rear yard setback. both of these are related to sort of the unusual situation and unusual condition of this lot. This is a flag lot. So for that front yard setback, we'll start at the front. This property is in the R1 district, and the way the R1 district is written for front yard setbacks, it's neither a minimum nor a maximum. It is a set standard. You have to match the buildings adjacent to you. We can't really do this. We have a 10-foot wide, pole to the building. So we cannot match the front yard setbacks of the adjacent buildings to us. That's just not a buildable condition for this lot. So we are requesting relief so that our front facade of the building can be set back approximately 104 feet from the front of the lot. This does provide for a 10-foot setback at the end of the pole, which does provide that sort of separation between the front facade of our building and the rear lot lines of the adjacent lots next to us. And so that does provide for that, light and air and open space and the distance between the buildings, the proposed building and the adjacent properties. We also have a minimum rear yard setback variance. Where a minimum setback of 44.25 feet is required. Again, this relates to some of the unusual conditions of our lot. We have a lot depth of 177 feet. Again, because we've got a very long skinny pole, but the buildable portions of our lot is really only a little over, it's between 75 and 90. So we don't have really 144 feet of lot depth. We really only have around, the 80, 85 feet, or average depth is 83 feet, to work with. And so we're providing that, 10 feet at the front, and then we're providing approximately 16 feet at the rear. And so overall, that results in between the front and the rear yard setback of approximately 26 feet. We believe that this rear yard setback is appropriate and proportional to the buildable portion of our lot. That proposed setback is approximately 20% of the depth of the buildable proportion of our lot. So we're fairly close there in terms of meeting that sort of standard. And we don't believe that there really will be an impact to light and air. Directly adjacent to the rear of us is the light rail station, is the light rail line. So we're not really impacting an adjacent property. We're going to be adjacent to the light rail. So we believe that 16 feet is appropriate given the location here. I think overall this project advances and promotes the various purposes of the municipal land use law. It's consistent with purpose A. It's providing an appropriate residential use on a residential lot. And in fact, we will be eliminating a non-conforming use, which is a garage. That is not a permitted principal use in the R1 district. And so we'll be replacing that with a permitted use, which is residential. It's consistent with purpose C, providing adequate light and air through appropriate building setbacks. Again, we're conforming in terms of side yard setbacks, and then we are providing, the 10 feet at the front of the building and the 16 at the rear, which we believe would provide adequate setback to the adjacent properties. Consistent with purpose E, an establishment of appropriate population densities. And consistent with purpose I, the desirable visual environment. So again, we're removing what is a non-conforming garage, removing a driveway and a curb cut at the sidewalk, and we'll be replacing that with new sidewalks, a street tree, and creating an overall a better visual environment there at the street with the elimination of that vehicle access. I believe that granting the requested variances will not result in a substantial detriment to the general welfare. As I said, we're improving the streetscape here, and it's consistent with the character of the residential development on Forest, and provides for more residential opportunities within the neighborhood. And this location is really convenient to multiple forms of transportation. It's right around the corner from the MLK Drive light rail station. It's funny, as we've been preparing for this multiple times, every time I take the light rail past it to come to these hearings, I'm like, there it is, it's right there. So it's very convenient to the light rail, and it's also available to the New Jersey Transit on Ocean Avenue and on MLK. So there's multiple modes of transportation that are in close proximity to this site. And granting the requested variances will likewise not result in a substantial impairment to the intent and purpose of the zone plan or zoning ordinance. This project complies with use, coverage, building height, those standards of the R1. And it really fulfills that purpose of the R1 district to accommodate existing housing, encourage compatible infill, preserve the streetscape, and utilize and preserve on-street parking. So I believe that this is consistent with all of the intents and purposes of that R1 district, as well as the city's master plan to continue to enhance residential neighborhoods and ensure that the city's available housing is balanced and meets the needs of current and future city residents. So I think overall the positive and negative criteria have been met and that the variances can be granted.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, anyone? All right, thank you, Ms. Worstel.
And that
Counsel?
concludes our presentation.
Okay, thank you. Is anybody here from the public that wants to comment? Anyone from public?
Chair, seeing there is no one from public, I would like to close the public portion.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Eric, do you have anything you want to add?
Staff agrees with the testimony provided by Ms. Horstel. The lot is an irregular shaped lot, which significant hardship is demonstrated here. Staff recommends approval. Just request that the applicant agree to the conditions outlined in the staff memo.
Yes, we agree.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. I'll entertain a motion then.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case B 2023-0024 as presented to the board.
Second.
All right, motion made and seconded for approval.
Commissioner Torres?
I think these conditions for the variance has been existing for many, many years, and I don't see no detriment to the community, so I vote aye for this project.
Commissioner Lipsky?
I think it's good. I think it's a good project. I vote aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai?
I vote aye.
Commissioner Gongadin?
Aye.
Councilwoman Prince Array?
Aye.
And Chairman Langston?
Yeah, I agree with Ms. Worstel's testimony. The variances certainly are called for, and I think it's a great project. I vote aye.
Motion carries. All in favor?
All right.
Thank you so
everybody.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, let's move on to item 17, case P2024-0070 for 415 Palisade Avenue. It's a preliminary and final major site plan amendment.
I think that's you, Mr. Lean. But Mr. Garber would have woke you up on his way up.
That's not right. Filibuster.
I apologize. I had an older agenda, and Mr. Harrington was ahead of me on it. So.
Okay.
Good evening, Commissioners. Tom Lean of Connell Foley here on behalf of the applicant. This is a notice case. It was published on the portal, but I have an original for council.
We're going to the Bergen record now.
Chairman received affidavit of publication, proof of mailing with respect to the application at 415 Palisade Ave here in the city. Had the opportunity to review it. It does appear to be in order. Going to mark it as A1 for purposes of the record.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counsel.
By way of background, the project is two buildings located on Palisade Avenue. It is within the RC2 commercial zone. The board approved the development of a 9-unit, 4-story building on the site back in 2019. As part of that approval, we worked with Historic because there was historic fabric found on the facade of the building. Unfortunately, when we began work on the approval, the facade began to crumble, and we did receive an imminent hazard declaration from building department, where we were forced to take the facade down. We worked with Historic on the best way to ameliorate this, and essentially that's the design you have before you today. You do have a memorandum from Maggie dated November 8th stating that we have met all the requirements for rehabilitation with this new plan. So essentially what you have before you is almost the exact same building, 4 stories, 9 units. The building gets a little bit taller because we wanted to, now that we had these changes in the facade, we did create some bigger floor spaces on each floor, 1 foot apiece, so it added 4 feet to the building previously approved. We are still within the permitted height. The only variance here would be one that was previously granted, which is for the rear yard of the building. Obviously, since we're going up an additional 4 feet, that exacerbates it in the back. So I'm going to have Mr. Garber just run through the changes to the approval and show the new facade and what we worked with Maggie to design for this structure.
And just the changes, right?
I'm sorry?
Just the changes, right?
That's correct, yes.
We'll be quick.
And Mr. Garber, I see we've got a slideshow presentation. We're going to mark it as A2. If you
Very
could just
good.
tell us the number of slides.
Number of slides is 34. I will go through very fast, though. A lot of it is just archival.
Swearing in testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
For the record, can you state and spell your name?
Richard Garber, Garber.
Mr. Garber, good evening. Your license is current tonight?
It is.
Okay, thank you. You're qualified.
Great, thank you. So 415, 417 Palisade Avenue is a project that we've had for a while. As Mr. Lean said, it was originally approved by this board in 2019. We produced construction drawings and went through the construction office for permitting. Work started in earnest within COVID. And we did find that the facade, which we had fully intended to maintain while creating new construction behind it, was beginning to crumble. We had a number of engineers, including Arco Engineering and OEA, go out, look at the site, write letters. Both of their letters found that the facade should be taken down. We worked with Ms. O'Neill. Around that same time, I think Mr. Severini from the construction office or one of his subcode peers issued the declaration that Mr. Lean just spoke about, and before we knew it, the building was down. You see the site plan here. It's a consolidated 50 by 100 lot. One of the facades was actually deemed historic, but we decided to maintain both of them. You just see the zoning map here, survey. I'll just go through that quickly. So these were the facades as they stood. And what the historic report noted was that particularly the building on the left, which was actually the one in kind of the worst shape, had historic elements in it that were worth maintaining. Which was fine for us. You know, we had no problem doing it. And so the original proposal that was before this board was rehabbing both of these facades, building new construction behind it, creating 9 units, 3-story building, went through the meetings with the neighborhood associations and everything up in the Heights. We're here today to basically propose a reconstruction of what you see here, and I have before and after plans that you'll see. The only distinction, and this was discussed with Ms. Marione as well as Ms. O'Neill in the planning office, historic buildings basically are typically the floor to floor height in buildings like this old kind of stock is quite low. So the floor to ceiling height was about 8 feet, maybe a little bit less than 8 feet. The basement was even lower than that. It was barely 7 feet, barely met code. So we are taking the opportunity to reimagine the building with a more common floor to ceiling height. Floor to ceiling height will be somewhere around 9.6. And what that means, as Mr. Lean said, is that the buildings have grown a total of 4 feet. So what you see here had a sidewalk to top of roof measurement of 41 feet. We are ultimately proposing 44 feet. So some photos. There was originally a deviation for the rear yard setback. It was approved at 10 feet at all levels. We are maintaining that. There are no other deviations. So total lot area, 5,000 square feet. Total building area hasn't changed, 16,945. 4 stories and 45 feet also hasn't changed. And then you see the residential mix that we're proposing, 9 units since the beginning, 2 3-bedrooms, 6 2-bedrooms, and 1 live-work unit, which is required of the plan on Palisades Avenue. I will show you some modest changes in the plans that we're taking the opportunity to do since the facades came down. Site plan before and after. One of the things that we had to do is, if you notice on the upper right of the second image, after going through the permit process, the building subcode official felt strongly that we should have a direct passage from the rear yard. I don't believe it's totally required by code, but it was something that he felt we should explore, so we just went with it. So you see that we have a dedicated passage now, so that changes not the footprint, but it changes the way that we're allocating the residential units, particularly at the front. So that passage combined with this idea that because the facades came down, we actually flipped the lobby. So the lobby was originally on the south side of the site. We moved it to the north side because the facades came down and we needed that passage that you see there. So just going through, I'm going to just skip ahead to the before and after. So you see here the basement floor plan, no real change. The sprinkler room moved a little bit, and you can see it highlighted there. The ground floor plan, I mentioned the most significant change is that because of the dedicated passage that you see on the top of the plan on the right, we flipped the lobby, so the lobby is now basically up against that passage. That gives us a little bit more room for the live-work unit, which is now on the lower or south side of the site. And then just some modest changes in the floor plans, but nothing worth talking about. I mean, the unit mix and so on stayed the same. The elevations, the roof deck, there is still a roof deck, still green roof, all that sort of good stuff. The elevations you can see here in our colored drawing. So you can see the building as originally imagined on the left as approved, and you can see that those facades and those windows are more compressed, I would say. And so what we've done is we've just taken the opportunity to reconstruct. So we will still reconstruct the ornamental cornice. We will reconstruct the arches above the windows, particularly on the left building for 17 Palisade. But we are proportionately kind of stretching it up to be a more contemporary proportion, and that includes the windows also, so there will be more light and air. So that's the big change, and you can see 41 feet on the left, 45 feet on the right, and then the lobby has moved to the other side, as I said as well. We put in the historic photos that we have no contention that the building was actually contributing, although it wasn't in a historic zone. It just it was not possible to keep it, as I said. Rear elevation, the windows have enlarged a little bit. Materials stay the same. Side elevations, we ended up adding a couple of windows just because of the height change. So we're adding 3 more windows, as you can see there. 3 more windows, as you can see there on the southwest side. And then just some enlarged details showing the differences that you see in your set. So I think what I'll do is I'll leave, this is a good image to end on, just the axonometric view where you can actually see the building mass is more or less the same. It's just been raised. And while we did make we did have every intention, I should say, I'm not the builder of the building, of maintaining these facades. It just proved too difficult. And so now we're proposing a reconstruction that's a little stretched. And that's it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Garber. Any questions? Anyone? Okay, thank you.
And I would just say, just because there's some differentiation in what's in the agenda and in the planning report, we are calling this 4 stories, 3 stories with a mezzanine, and that's the way it'll be written in the resolution. Still complies with the permitted height in the zone. And with that, I would say I am in receipt of the planner's report dated November 7th, 2024, and the historic report dated November 8th, 2024, and we can agree to all conditions therein.
Okay, thank you, council. One thing that I have to discuss. So it's chain link in front right now. I don't know what you call the wrapping, the branded logo wrapping. If you could reach out to the applicant, that wrap has been down for some time. It's
Okay.
gonna knock my poor dog over as I
Oh,
walk past
okay.
that if it gets windy. So, yeah, if we can take care of that, let's be good neighbors.
Absolutely. I will reach out to them as soon as I leave the meeting.
Appreciate it. All right. Is there anybody here from the public that wants to comment? Anyone from public?
Chair, see there is no one from the public. I would like to close the public portion.
Second.
All right, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Cam?
All right, so.
Oh, no, this is, yeah,
No,
I'm
it's
sorry.
me.
This is you.
Is
Doesn't
that the
say.
pocketbook
Oh, there it
dog
is.
that you're referring to?
The what?
The pocketbook dog.
Yeah, the little one. Yeah, it's the little guy.
Loves to see you
Want his
walking in.
Instagram? Give me his Instagram.
Of course he has an Instagram.
Special.
So there, the applicant has worked extensively with staff to find the best solution here for this problem. The solution that has been found meets the intent and purpose of the zone plan. The variance, although exacerbated with the 4 feet increase in height, still is somewhat mitigated by the step back that we have on the building as it goes up. And there are, I believe, I had the old plans open. I believe there are more street trees now, so that's great. And with that, planning staff recommends approval with the conditions that planning staff put in its report.
All right, thank you, Cam.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case B 2024-0070 as presented to the board for approval.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded for approval.
On a motion to approve, Commissioner Gongadin,
Aye.
Councilwoman Prinzeri, Commissioner Torres,
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
and Chairman Langston.
Aye.
All in favor, motion approved.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, everybody. Mr. Harrington, I'll get to you maybe in a second. Mr. Higgins, 5 minutes, do you think, for your last one? Or do you need more than that?
I think we can keep it under 5 minutes.
Mr. Harrington, I swear we're going to get to you. It's going to happen.
Chairman, I'm not feeling well.
You got to hear the music behind it, though. That's my dog's
Yeah.
Instagram.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. It's a, oh no, he's a he. We don't confirm. We don't conform to gender norms
Oh,
in
what?
my apartment.
He's trying to share.
Oh.
something. Okay, Michael Higgins, Castano Quigley Cerami for the applicant. This is a site plan amendment, which is a notice application. I have the proof of service here.
Thank you, Council.
610 Communicable.
Trying to receive the affidavit of publication proof of mailing for 610 Communipol here in the city. It does appear to be in order. Mark it as A1 for purposes of the record.
Did I call it? And just for the record, I'll call case P2024-0110, an administrative amendment for 610 Communicable Avenue.
Okay, great. This is 610 Communipal Ave. It's block 17903, lot 23, and it's an administrative amendment to correct a few discrepancies on the plans and change the unit count, removed, I believe, 2 residential units. With that, I'll just let the architect take it away. The attorney just gets in the way here, so.
I do. Ephraim Gobriel, Ghobrial.
Good evening, sir. We've qualified you in the past, correct? I thought we
yes,
have?
yes,
Yeah,
I believe
okay.
yes.
So your license is current tonight?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You're qualified.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, for purposes of the record, let's mark the slideshow as A2. And, sir, if you can just tell us how many slides it is.
This is 19.
Thank you.
All right. So this is this is a minor amendment to an already approved application. This is 610 Communipal. It's a through lot between Communipal and Harrison. This is an aerial view of the lot. Currently, the lot is vacant. I'll just jump right into it. One of the main points or the main changes that we are proposing tonight is the unit count. It's reduced from 10 units to 8 units. The main purpose was to provide a more adequate area per unit. So as you notice, we had a 0 studio, and now we're providing 1 studio that's 344 square feet, 1 bedroom. The 3 of them was 53 square feet only. Now this has been eliminated. 2 bedrooms, 6 of them, 662, and now they're 846 square feet. And then the 3 bedroom remained the same. It's actually a little bit larger, just 100 square foot larger. And regarding the floor plans changes, it's minor changes on the inside, better layout, and well-planned basement, because before the cellar, all the utilities were set in the back. Now they're more towards the front where the point of entry is. So it's just better planned. As you see here on the first floor, there's a retail space. This remains the same. And then at the back is a residential unit. Going upstairs to the second floor, instead of having 3 units on this floor, now we have only 2. As you see here, the left-hand side image is the new, and the right-hand side image is the previously approved. 3rd floor is the same layout, and then 4th floor is the 3-unit studio in the middle and 2 bedrooms on either end of the building. We also enhanced the look of the building. On the left-hand side is the proposed design. On the right-hand side is the previously approved design. We just wanted to match the developing fabric of Communipal. We had, there's a project under construction right now, 558 Communipal. It's our project, and it's a modern style. And then down the block, there's also a few new construction that's happening, so we wanted to make sure that it fits well. So we're using composite wood panels and fiber cement panels on the front and the back. As you see here, this is the front, this is the back. We're keeping pretty much the openings and the facade areas, the building heights, everything the same. Nothing really changing there. And then the sides, we're proposing a stucco finish. It's to the property line. That concludes my presentation.
Okay.
If there's any questions.
Thank you, sir. I have no questions. Anybody else?
No.
All right, thank you. Counsel?
That concludes our presentation.
Okay, is there anybody here from the public that wants to comment? Anyone from public?
Chair, see no one from the public. I would like to close the public portion.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Cam? You wanna take it?
Planning staff asks that all of the original conditions from the original approval remain in effect and apply to this application as well.
Definitely, that's fine.
Okay.
Planning staff recommends approval.
Thank you.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P2024-0110 as presented to the board.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded for approval.
Commissioner Gangadin.
Aye.
Councilwoman Prince Airy.
Aye.
Commissioner Torres. Commissioner Lipsky.
Council, I'm glad you're able to end your night on a short and successful application. I vote aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai. And Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries. All in favor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Council. Let's move on to item 18, is case P2024-0006. Is a preliminary major site plan approval with variances for 38 Cottage Street.
Yes, it is just a preliminary site plan application. Okay. For the record, Charles Harrington of Connell Foley, on behalf of the applicant, this is a notice case, so I would like to provide notices to council.
Chairman, I received the affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to the application. It's notated in the notice as 32-40 Cottage Street, 703-707 Newark Avenue here in the city. I've had the opportunity to review it. It does appear to be in order. We're going to mark it as A1 for purposes of the record.
Thank you, Council.
Okay, thank you. So the application before you is another phase of the Homestead Place extension. My client has been designated as the redeveloper of this site by the JCRA. This would be Phase 7, which is the proposed last phase of the extension projects. 3 are complete to date. Number 4, right across the street, is under construction and has been topped off, so they're moving along very well. This particular property is a through lot in that it fronts on Newark Avenue and to Cottage Street. It is directly adjacent to the 701 Newark Avenue project, which that's the project that has the extension that goes under the building or through the building. So this is directly to the west of it. It also has a carve-out to expand the Homestead Place walkway. You'll see during the presentation, it's a triangular kind of carve-out, so it'll make the opening a little bit larger as you cross the street from the south across Cottage Street. The project is for a 27-story building, which is consistent with other buildings along the Homestead extension. The lot is rather substantial lot. It's over 22,000 square feet. So it would be 648 residential units are proposed. And then we have some commercial fronting along Homestead. And then the office bonus floors, as this board is aware, the hotel use is a permitted use in the office bonus floors. So this project is proposing 40 hotel rooms or keys along those 2 floors, which we think is probably a pretty efficient use up in the Journal Square area. We also have substantial bike parking within the building, as we believe we have 332 for the residential portion and another 20 for the hotel and retail units. We are asking for 1 deviation as part of this application, and that deviation is the direct result of discussions with the Jersey City Traffic Department with regard to the loading zone. We initially had this proposed with a loading zone off of Cottage Street, and they asked us to remove it. The reason being, Cottage Street is a narrower street, and the turning radius would have created some issues. So they've asked us to work with them to coordinate for a loading zone on Newark Avenue. That would be used in conjunction with the 701 Newark Avenue project, or one on Cottage Street, or both. So that's something that is provided within their review letter. It's also referenced in Mr. De Silva's planning report to the board. So that's the reason we're asking for relief from the loading zone requirements. So with that said, I have three witnesses here tonight, but I'm going to leave our civil engineer, Mr. Liebeskin, off to the side, and I'll defer to the board if they have any civil engineering questions. But I'm going to start with Mr. Freitas, and then Charles Height can address the variance.
I do. Paul Freitas, F as in Frank, R-E-I-T as in Thomas, A-S.
Mr. Freitas, good evening. Your license is current tonight?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. You're qualified.
Thank you. So Chuck summarized the building pretty well. Again, just to reiterate, we've got about 430,831 square feet of floor area for the building, 648 total apartment units, 192 studios, 336 alcove studios, 96 one-bedrooms, and 24 three-bedrooms. The first floor is reflective of a mixed use with the entrances for both the residential building and the hotel function, as well as retail and transformer vaults. As Mr. Harrington had mentioned, the building is a through lot between Cottage Street and Newark Avenue. It also fronts to Homestead Place, with Cottage having approximately 105 feet of frontage. And on the Newark side, being about approximately 70 feet, 5 inches. The majority of the site is situated in the Zone 4 zoning area. I'll just go briefly over the plans to kind of give you a sense of the layout of the building. Again, as I had previously mentioned, building is a through lot with Cottage Street on the right of this drawing, Newark on the left, and Homestead Place at the top. The cutout that Mr. Harrington had mentioned is basically along the Homestead Place extension, creating a more comfortable throughway from Home Place extension to the 701, which is basically the terminus of this Homestead Place extension. You'll notice that the residential entry is on Homestead Place with retail at the corner and transformer vault and utilities on the Cottage Street side. There's additional retail space on the Newark side, and then utilities and bike storage and all that kind of opening up on a rear kind of passageway that's along the lot line. We have a minimum of 5 feet there, and it increases as it moves along towards Cottage Street. Second floor plan is basically a number of hotel functions, hotel rooms, hotel lounges, and a terrace that overlooks Homestead Place. It overhangs the setback on the first floor to provide some cover from the elements, basically. So the terrace is part of the function of the hotel use. Third floor is additional hotel functions, hotel lobby, hotel guest rooms. And then floors 4 through 27 are the residential portion of the building, and it's comprised of studios, alcove studios, one-bedrooms, and three-bedroom apartments. The rooftop is an amenity space. We've asked for 15 feet of height on the rooftop amenities, which I think is something that we're going to be green lighted on. That's something that's in discussion right now.
I'm sorry, say that again?
The 15 feet change in height.
Yeah, that was part of the amendment to the redevelopment plan before this board and the city council. So we go now by the general development ordinance.
Just to clarify, it's my opinion that you do need to ask for that variance, I believe, because you're using the time of application rule to be exempt from mandatory inclusionary housing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good
So
point.
for consistency's sake.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you intend on asking for that variance?
Yes, then we will ask for that. But it's consistent with the new ordinance. It's a good pickup.
So just for the record. I'm sorry, just for the record, you're not providing affordable housing in this, or you are?
There is no affordable housing in this,
No
no.
affordable housing, so how can we take advantage of, can't take advantage of the So it's definitely a variance.
Yes, so the amendment that added the affordable housing requirement also removed the rooftop appurtenance height limit at the same time. This application we received before that amendment took effect, and therefore is adjudicated under the zoning at that time of application, which would require a variance for the rooftop appurtenance height.
Wait, one more time. Sorry.
All right, so there used to be a 10-foot rooftop appurtenance height limit. There also used to be no affordable housing requirement. An amendment changed both of those, but this application predates that amendment.
Okay.
So they're
So if
they're simultaneously exempt from the affordable housing requirement, but do need to ask for the rooftop appurtenance variance.
Okay, so if I'm correct, you're asking for what's the current zoning for that, the new zoning there, with the affordable housing requirement, not providing the affordable housing and asking for the variance for the, this is the same building you'd be able to build as of right with affordable housing in it, correct?
Well,
If you came
if
into
if
that-
it was beyond the time of the application rule, this was deemed complete
Sure.
before the ordinance changed. And just want to note, we actually noticed for that rooftop relief as well. So that is, I basically misspoke saying we don't need that because Mr. De Silva is correct that the time of the application, the prior zoning was in place, so they had that limit of 10 feet of the ceiling. So this application, we're asking for the relief to go beyond that 10 feet as a deviation. And it's now, the point is it's consistent with the change that was approved by this board and the city council. But that has nothing to do with the affordable housing, like, it's,
Oh, so Mr. Harrington, with respect to the requested variance for the height, right, so the J-side case talks about if the ordinance changes, the zoning ordinance changes after you filed your application, but to your benefit, then you don't need the variance relief for that, because obviously you don't have to get a variance for something that has been changed and is now permitted. So if the height variance you had to get under the old ordinance, but under the new ordinance wouldn't be required, then you don't technically need the variance because it's permitted. And if it's determined that you would need the variance because of a hybrid in the ordinance, where it's got affordable housing and the height variance component to it, then I would submit that based on the change, that's gonna satisfy the planning criteria, which I'm sure.
and I concur.
Thanks for the clarification, Santo.
So, no variance required, is what I'm hearing?
We're seeking a rooftop appurtenance variance because under the original ordinance as you filed it, you needed it,
Correct.
the ordinance has changed, and it's no longer a required variance.
That's correct.
So I believe you don't need that relief anymore because the ordinance has changed to your benefit. The time of application speaks to the city changing an ordinance to your detriment, right? That's what the case law talks about. That's the case.
Santo, if there's a simultaneous change to their detriment at the same time as a change to their benefit,
That's what I was trying to say.
yeah,
right?
I guess.
You have this hybrid where part of the ordinance
Yes.
is to your detriment, part of the ordinance is to your benefit. You can't get a variance if you don't need a variance. So you can only get a variance if it's not permitted, right? When you have this hybrid situation, you're governed by the ordinance in place at the time you file your application. But any change that's beneficial to you, technically you don't require a variance for that because it's now permitted. That being said, I think that speaks to the purpose of planning and the positive and negative criteria is why you would get that variance because the governing body has already determined that it should be permitted.
But my question is, along with that change in, not needing the variance for the appurtenance height,
Right.
comes with a mandatory affordable housing aspect. That's also in the new zoning.
But,
You can't change it to my detriment. So if you change part of it to my benefit and part of it to my detriment, we split the act. I get the benefit, I don't take the detriment.
This is why people don't like the law.
and,
So they get to cherry pick
It's not cherry
which part, it's cherry picking.
but this,
complete
if I could-
cherry-picking.
this,
You really think about it, right? The governing body has made that change
Yes.
because the governing body feels you shouldn't have to get a variance for the roof appurtenant height.
And I agree with that.
Is it providing you have the affordable units?
But
Yeah, but-
that's in the same ordinance, the affordable
It's-
units.
I mean, this is a variance that was requested on just about every application in the Journal Square redevelopment area, and that's why it was
Believe
changed.
me, no one knows that better than us.
I know, and I remember you specifically said it's about time we change this because every applicant comes before us and asks for that because the 10 feet doesn't really work. But that is not, we're asking for that relief just like any other development that was before this board, and it's not. I agree with Mr. Lampe's analysis and interpretation, but that being said, you have sufficient justification based on this project and all the other prior projects for this relief. It was filed well before the change in the ordinance, and that's why we sought the relief then. And you wouldn't, it's kind of a worst case scenario. It's like, well, then you'd end up with
Council, there's
10.
no question you're under the original ordinance.
Yes.
Yes.
So now, if it's been changed to your benefit, the only question is, do you actually need a variance from the rooftop appurtenance height? And based on the case law, I think once the ordinance is changed to your benefit, you can't grant relief from something that I don't need relief from.
Okay.
I don't know, it makes perfect sense in my mind. But
The alternatives, you have a 10-foot rooftop appurtenance, and that,
No, it's
Yeah.
never going to fly. I get it, believe
Yeah.
me.
Well, but the real question is, do you need a variance? And what do you need a variance from?
yeah, I mean,
10 to 14 feet?
right, and it's
But you're permitted to go to 14 feet now.
correct.
And is it directly coupled with the affordable housing requirement?
It's the same ordinance.
But is it directly tied to it? Just because it's in the same ordinance change doesn't mean it's directly tied to it.
Yeah, and the IZO is not tied to a deviation like this.
Agreed.
The IZO is tied to a particular deviation that they're asking for that results in 5,000 square feet or more of residential area. You're not asking for that here. This is just for more headroom, basically. It's not, if we're asking for setbacks that increase the footprint by a substantial amount, then, we might be having a different discussion. But this is just to increase the headroom, really, to make it a better space.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we've run into issues where we're getting like 7'6" for these rooftop amenity spaces after all the ductwork and electrical work and, there's a ton of stuff that ends up finishing up there.
Yeah.
So it just doesn't work.
Okay.
But for purposes of record, counsel, it's not a bonus situation.
No, it's
Right.
not.
No.
That's what I'm
So-
saying. This is not, we're not asking, we're not getting any additional square footage. We're not
I get it.
getting any additional floors.
I get it.
It's just,
That's why I believe you can have that split.
Okay, so we're going with no variance needed then.
My opinion is there's no variance needed. Council has noticed for it. Council has sought it in the event that it is required. And I am sure when Mr. Height provides his testimony, one of the things he's probably going to say is, the governing body changed this. That's part of my positive criteria as to why it should be granted. So we can do a belt and suspender should the board feel that is necessary.
Okay. All right, let's move on, guys.
I'll just briefly describe the facade of the building. It's comprised of a number of different materials, starting off with a base of a granite water table, aluminum panels, aluminum skin panels for a good bulk of the building, glass unitized curtain wall for the residential portion and the hotel portion of the building, and then stucco water management system along places where there's no exposure, no windows, what have you. We'll zoom in here, just give you a sense of this is the entrance to Cottage Street, so this is on the Homestead Place elevation. You've basically got 2 stories of glass, aluminum facade, some signage indicating entry to the hotel, the residential portion as well as the retail. This is the Cottage Street elevation showing the transformer vault doors, and again, signage at the corner for the retail establishment, as well as an exit corridor door. And in the highlighted blue area is basically the skew of the facade as it moves towards 701 Newark. You'll also notice on this elevation there's a 48-inch tempered glass guardrail, which is the terrace that is above that services the hotel guests. This is the north partial elevation on Newark Avenue, highlighting the retail signage and another entrance into Cottage Street from Newark Avenue. Some solar studies, which are required, and basically details for the gates on the rear yard, a blow-up of the signage for Cottage Street, to give you a general sense of the size of the lettering, a brief description or an example of the type of materiality we're looking to propose for the building itself. Glass is clear on the ground floor with a slight mirror above. The water management stucco is a dark gray finish, as is the emulsions and the the aluminum panels of the building. And that's pretty much the extent of the building under question.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Freitas. I have no questions. Anyone else? All right, thank you, sir.
Okay, then I'll proceed with Mr. Height. And again, I have Mr. Libiskin here if any civil questions come up.
Okay, thank you, Counsel.
Swear any testimony you give tonight is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
The record state, spell your name.
Yes, Charles Height, last name spelled H-E-Y-D-T.
Mr. Height, good evening. Your license is current?
It is. Good
Okay,
evening.
Thank you. You're qualified.
All right, I will jump into the testimony. We are seeking 2 deviations from the redevelopment plan, the latter being if in the alternative, if it's necessary. With respect to the loading zone, I just would want to point out that our original application did have an off-street loading zone within the building. Most of development in Jersey City requires independent loading. In this area, there's been other instances on either Cottage or Perfonia where there's shared loading, essentially creating a little bit of more efficiency with a loading space on street as opposed to dedicated off-street loading. Through coordination with the city Division of Transportation Planning and Traffic Engineering, we are aware of the adjacent development having a on-street loading space that we are going to be benefiting from. It creates a lot of efficiency with the street network. It reduces a curb cut on Cottage Street, which obviously has benefits with respect to that. So previously, the design required relief where it did have an off-street loading. It had dimensional relief required. It had setback for the garage doors, and it essentially was a front in and a reverse movement out. So that whole turning template was originally coordinated. It did work, but what's being proposed tonight are 0 off-street loading spaces where 1 is required, and we're benefiting from the on-street loading. So in terms of the benefit, we have no curb cut, a higher efficiency of use on the ground floor, as well as on the street for the loading space. With respect to the negative criteria for this one deviation, there's no impairment or no detriment to the public safety. In fact, I think removing that turning template for a loading vehicle on Cottage Street, it's an undersized street right-of-way, it's a substantial improvement. We've done that on other homestead projects, homestead bonus projects. With respect to the redevelopment plan, I did want to just reference one phrase. So in design standards for loading, item M, off-street loading and loading areas shall be coordinated with the public street system serving the project area in order to avoid conflicts with through traffic or obstruction of pedestrian walks and thoroughfares. We're doing that. So that's the direct intent, albeit we aren't providing the count. I think we are trying to reduce pedestrian conflicts with loading structures. So the coordination with the on-street improvements will be had with any sort of construction documents and improvement plans with the city. So that's the loading space required minimum loading space count deviation. With respect to the second deviation for the floor-to-ceiling height of rooftop enclosures, I hold the J-Cy Ram case near and dear to my heart. It was born out of South Toms River. It was in a discussion and a deep dive into uses related to Wawas. Wawas are special because they're not a convenience store, they're not a service station, they're a Wawa. They have everything. And a lot of towns didn't permit this combined use. So the argument was it's not a permitted principal use. It was going for a use variance and other bulk variances. The town eventually amended the zoning to just permit the use. Oddly enough, there still were site plan variances that were needed, but through the court case, J-Cy Ram case, it was made clear that you can benefit from a change in use, a change in zoning that benefits the applicant, and you still might need to seek other variances, but you don't need to get that use variance if they change that. So don't be surprised if I said this isn't the last time I'm discussing this. Zoning changes bring up certain sort of theoretical issues. We've had another application that's being submitted that has a similar scenario. So we might very well have to clarify this again. Obviously, every application has different circumstances. But I would agree that the J-Cy Ram case allows you to take advantage of a zoning change in your benefit, specifically for that aspect. So given that the ordinance was changed, recommended by this board and then changed at the governing body, I don't believe there would be a variance required. Belt and suspenders would tell us to say, if in the alternative a deviation is required, this board's heard me testify on this very application, I don't know how many times. But the rule of thumb is at the 27th story, at that elevation, we provide approximately a 30-foot setback from both Cottage and Newark. So from a design standpoint, we're not encroaching on any visual impact at that height. We also are cladding that in a very similar material to the overall building. So from an aesthetic standpoint, it's not a sore thumb sticking out. It's not exposed CMU block. So it works with the overall design. It does allow for a much more user-friendly, enjoyable space for that amenity level, which is being proposed for, which it also has elevator access. So that's part of the design intent with that space. So those I see it as the positive criteria. With respect to the negative criteria for this variance or this deviation, I don't believe there's any substantial detriment to the public welfare. At that elevation, we're actually providing the elevator access, which is part of the added height. I see it as a benefit. There's no impact to any sort of massing at that level because, again, we're kind of within the limits of the underlying floor plate and those setbacks. And then with respect to the impairment of the zone plan, it was changed. So I don't believe there's any impairment. In fact, we're very much consistent with the design goals of the redevelopment plan. All that being said, I think we're certainly advancing the objectives of the Homestead Place extension bonus area. We're incorporating a few different facets or aspects to this overall development, which I think are aimed at kind of one of the end piece along Newark Avenue for this extension. Be happy to answer any questions the board might have, or I don't know if
I don't have any questions for you.
Okay.
Nor do I.
Thank you.
Nor do I. Anybody else?
I have a question for you, just to be clear on something here. So you feel that the off-street loading is better to have on-street loading? Now, you say that you have a delivery, on-street loading. It's off-street loading, they have to come in and reverse back out of the building, a little more dangerous. When they do when they set up the timing for that, when you said that they're gonna be scheduling it, what are we scheduling? When people are moving in? Are we scheduling food deliveries? Are we scheduling Amazon? Are we scheduling all the other trucks that come in at the same time?
So it's a public right-of-way enforcement issue. I don't know if there's any coordinated scheduling, but there are limitations on how long vehicles can stay. If the loading space is occupied, there's no double parking that's permitted, that's an enforceable action. Any loading truck would have to circle and come back to that
So when
space.
somebody's moving in, how would they do it? They would have to keep circling around, come back, start.
It's anticipated that there's the loading zone area on Nork Avenue will be larger to accommodate the 701 Nork Avenue building and this building. And then there may be another one on Cottage Street. And as I said earlier, this is a direction that came directly from the Jersey City traffic engineers. We had a meeting, I believe Matt, I don't recall if you were on that or not, but they were concerned about Cottage Street with the turning radius and parked cars, that you weren't going to be able to make that turn. So that this is a solution or a recommendation directly coming from the engineering department.
Right now, Carter Street doesn't have parked cars, right?
It does, I
or
believe,
just
on one side.
side only?
On one side.
One side only. So a delivery costs, the higher the higher I have to move, the longer it's gonna take me to move, right? That's obvious, right? And on York Avenue, two buildings, you have traffic all the time. Carter Street, you can hardly get down, there's traffic all the time. And they determined that it is safer, I understand that, on the radius turn, but the backup that is gonna cause, we can't say it's just one car's gonna be out and the other one's gonna come in a timely fashion. What happens when three of them come in at the same time?
Well, what happens too is the management oversees the move-ins. It's not a random thing where you can come in, say, move in on Saturday and 20 people are going to show up at 10 o'clock. You get a time slot.
Yes, I understand that. Yes, I understand that. So you got a moving coming in. I have the other building moving coming in, and I also have deliveries coming in at the same time. And we feel, I guess traffic felt that was good.
Yeah, like I said, we had a designed off-street loading zone
Yes,
within.
I remember
And
that.
traffic came back to us, says, we don't want that.
You kidding?
No.
And Commissioner, traffic could be, petitioning the governing body to create more of these loading zones throughout the city on city streets. And the governing body may decide to take an action like that. I'm not saying anything is proposed, but that's within their jurisdiction.
And that's one of
But
their.
the thing is, once you take out the off-loading zone and the building gets built, you're never gonna put it back in. That's for sure. It's never gonna happen because the construction and the cost of trying to make an off-loading zone after a building that is already created
Definitely
is
not.
crazy.
Right.
Not gonna happen.
Never gonna happen.
Never gonna happen.
I do have a question. Newark Avenue is so small, just two ways, with two parkings, and you have 40 hotel rooms over here and no parking?
No, there's no parking, there's no parking required. The idea or thought of that is,
How can you have a hotel and so many rooms and everything without parking? I know this is a zone of 26, but still, we need parking for the hotel rooms.
We've already, the governing body's already decided that it's not necessary.
Yeah,
Right.
that's
And-
already voted on.
yeah, and there are other discussions now to try to provide for commercial parking at other sites within the Journal Square area. It's not before this board tonight, but Matt can tell you that they're looking at different sites to try to address that for, a use like that in an urban area. You're getting there with an Uber or walking from Path, or you're parking off-site. But it's not required, the parking.
So I'm just for myself to be clear, you did answer my question. It was, I guess, traffic that made this decision. And then it seems like they want to make this decision in other places too.
Yeah, loading.
Okay.
Loading is a very controllable thing, especially for residential moving.
No, loading is not very controllable.
Residential move-in can be restricted to off-peak
I wo-
hours, and they can be shared
Yes,
in
yes.
alternating days for both buildings.
I work construction. We have a hard
It's a whole
time with
different-
loading.
that-
It's
loading
not, it's
here
not.
at construction is a different
Yeah,
ballgame.
okay, all right. I appreciate
Won't argue
it. Thank you. All right.
All right, anybody else? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Height.
Thank you.
Council?
That's all I have then.
Okay. Is anybody here from the public that wants to comment on this
There's
application?
no public.
No
Anybody
problem.
here? I
There's
still
a
have to
lawyer
call
there.
it. I still have to call it.
Motion to close the public session.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Public is closed. Matt, do you have anything you want to add?
Nothing much really. Mr. Height's testimony really covered all the intricacies of this case. Staff is satisfied that the positive and negative criteria for the loading zone variance is met. There are several recommended conditions in staff's memo, some of which relate to cooperation with the Division of Traffic as well as the governing body, in this case, City Council, to, assist technically and cooperate in the creation and implementation of loading zones as needed to accommodate these buildings. And if staff recommends approval with conditions.
And those conditions would be acceptable.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P 2024-0006 as presented to the board for approval.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded for approval.
Commissioner Gangadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Yeah, so I empathize with, or for Mr. Harrington in the sense that he interprets the law and applies it and abides by it. I appreciated Mr. Height's history of Wawa, and I think this is a good project, and I live in that area, and I vote aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
I vote aye.
Commissioner Councilwoman Prince Airy,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres.
Yeah, this project came to this board so many times already, and and I know the idea of getting from Carter Street to the train station and mass transit in Jonas Square is gonna be make life a lot easier over there. Sorry that they had to take that part out of it. I mean, I know, but it's still a good project. and you're complying by the ordinance that was made. So with that, I vote aye.
And Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries. All in favor.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. So let's move on to memorialization of resolutions, please.
Chair, there's 12 resolutions. Resolution of the Planning Board for the City of Jersey City, 107 Morgan Street Development LLC for preliminary and final major site plan approval with variance deviation 107 Morgan Street, Jersey City, New Jersey, Block 11612, Lot 1, case number is P2024-0076. Resolution for the City of Jersey City Planning Board, case number is P22-061, applicant 8890 Bright SBE LLC, address is 88 Bright Street, Jersey City, New Jersey, Block 13902, Lot 25, decided on Tuesday, November 12, 2024, memorialized on January 7, 2025, applicant for preliminary and major site plan with C variance. Resolution for the Planning Board for the City of Jersey City for preliminary and final major site plan approval and approval for C variance submitted by Flow Church, Inc., 168 Monticello Avenue, Block 16803, Lot 74. That case number is P2024-0055. Resolution for the City of Jersey City Planning Board, case number is P22-061. Applicant is 88-90 Bright SBE LLC. Address is 88 Bright Street, Jersey City, New Jersey, Block 13902, Lot 25. Decided on Tuesday, November 12, 2024. Memorialized on January 7, 2025, applicant for preliminary and major site plan with C variance. Resolution for the Board, Jersey City Planning Board for the City of Jersey City, case number is P23-109, preliminary and final major site plan, applicant is Blesk Housing Group, address 314-316 MLK Drive, Jersey City, New Jersey, Block 22604, Lot 24. Resolution of the Planning Board for the City of Jersey City, case number is P2024-0181, for 1-year extension of prior approval of minor site plan with C variance. Applicant is Ankin Johnny and Angel Johnny. Address is 310 4th Street, Jersey City, New Jersey, Block 11207, Lot 15. Resolution of the Planning Board for the City of Jersey City for amended preliminary and final major site plan submitted by John and Marianne LLC, 187 Culver Avenue, Block 22102, Lot 8.01. Case number is P2024-0152. Resolution for the Planning Board for the City of Jersey City approving an extension of minor site plan approval. Applicant is 290 Newark Avenue LLC for extension of minor site plan with a C variance. Address is 270-272 Newark Avenue, Block 11010, Lot 4. Case number is P2024-0196. Resolution for the Planning Board for the City of Jersey City. Applicant is Yellowstone Development LLC for 2 1-year extensions of final major site plan with C variances. 54 Jones Street and 61-63 Sip Avenue, Block 10704, Lot 38.01. Also Block 10704, Lots 38 and 39, Jersey City, New Jersey, case P2024-0164. Resolution of Planning Board for the City of Jersey City. Applicant is Warrior Weeds LLC for conditional use variance 415 Mammoth Street, Jersey City, New Jersey, Block 9902, Lot 18, case number P2024-0042. Resolution of the Planning Board for the City of Jersey City approving conditional use. Applicant is VT 420 LLC for conditional use approval, 840 Community Avenue, Jersey City, 18204, Lot 16, case number is 23-0072. Resolution of the Planning Board for the City of Jersey City approving preliminary and major site plan with deviation and conditions. Applicant is 20 Carbon Place Corp. For preliminary and final major site plan with deviations, property 20 Carbon Place, Block 22103, Lot 12, case number is B2024-0036.
Second.
Commissioner Gangadin?
Aye.
Councilwoman Prince Avery? Aye. Commissioner Torres?
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky?
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Sai? And Chairman Langston. Motion carries all in favor to memorialize resolutions.
Thank you. Executive session, anybody?
No.
Motion to adjourn.
All right, thank you, guys. We're adjourned.